for all. Thank you so much again. May God bless America. Bobby, could you please call roll? Oops, Carrie, could you please call roll?
Ms. Dare?
Here.
Ms. Dupree? Here. Mr. Lawson?
Here.
Mr. Trapp?
Here.
And proof of publication, we have that in our possession for tonight's meeting.
Yes.
And a moment of prayer, Pastor Ken is unable to make tonight's meeting. So we'll move on to public comment.
Do you want to go first? Or sign the last.
Take two.
Take two.
My name's Joel Medeiros. I live on Pleasant View. I'm going to start with Pleasant View first. It was closed for a long time. It finally got fixed. Was it too much to ask for to go 50 feet in one direction and another 100 feet in the opposite direction to finish paving? I mean, they used reclaim, to patch the road. I got a friend that's a building inspector for Peters Township, and I told him this, and he said, "What?" And I said, "Yeah, they used reclaim to patch that." Seriously. I mean, all you had to do is go another 50 feet in one direction and 100 feet in the other direction. That road from Ray Lane to the bottom of that hill hasn't been repaved in over 40 years. I've lived here 40 years. That road has never been paved from Ray Lane to the bottom of the hill. I don't think it'd be too much to ask for to get the damn thing paved. Okay, now I'm going to move to Cold Bluff. What the heck is going on with Cold Bluff? That's been closed for how long now? I went down there the day after that happened, and all you guys had to do was go down there and throw some stones in there and get that built up so it didn't wash-out more. Why didn't we do that? I don't know what it looks like now, but there is no excuse in the world that that road has been closed that long. All you had to do was fill that in. At least it could have been one lane. I see you're working on Patterson, That road's at least open. What's going on with Cold Bluff?
So when your public comment's finished, I will address your questions in my project manager report, which are coming right up if that's okay with you, sir.
Yeah, I just want answers because this is ridiculous.
Yeah, I think I can explain some stuff to you. I just don't want to interrupt public comment.
Okay. I think that's about it.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Just hang on a little longer.
Okay.
Kenneth Card.
Good afternoon. Let me first by introducing myself. My name is Kenneth Picard. I am a resident here of Union Township for the past 6 years. I'm also a paramedic with Medical Rescue Team South.
Excuse me, write your address, sir.
11 Hout Lane.
Thank you.
I was here for the special meeting regarding EMS, and I made some things clear about some EMS things that some of you were not here to receive. This is a very important matter, life and death, as you could say, that, first of all, that I think it's atrocious that we are even considering this, number one. But let me start with who I am and why what I say is kind of important. I'm a paramedic for Medical Rescue Team South, one of the most prestigious EMS services in Allegheny County and even in the state. Okay, you don't just get to work at this service because you're a card-carrying person. You actually have to be someone to work there, and I'm proud that I work there. I've been in EMS since 2006, right after I completed my degree at West Liberty University. I've been a paramedic since 2013, and in 2018 I received the EMS Champion Award from Allegheny County for successfully resuscitating a 3-month-old child, and that child is alive today. I have countless saves where people were dead when I arrived and they get to walk home. I've delivered tens of babies. I've saved lives of many people. I've also received the Chiefs Award, and I will be receiving the Paramedic Award for the care that I provided to the child on Route 51 a couple months ago that survived a horrific car crash. That was me and a couple other paramedics, one from the city of Pittsburgh. We saved that child's life. I'm also a child passenger car seat technician. That's a several hours of a national curriculum that you have to test and pass. I'm also one of 35 EMS instructors in Western Pennsylvania. So I think I have a little bit of experience where I know what I'm talking about. So, with that, why are we looking at first response? They're not a service that is actually established to run emergency calls in the state of Pennsylvania. They are not licensed to actually practice emergency medicine in the state of Pennsylvania. To this day, at 3 o'clock, they are still not licensed. So let's backtrack a little bit and let's talk about funding, because it sounds like this all started when Serums came to you guys and said, hey, we need some money. This year, in April, the state of Pennsylvania actually did a report, State Report 6, out of the House of Representatives, that highlighted the insufficient funding from local towns, counties, and the state for EMS and fire service. If you're interested, that's State Report 6, so go ahead and check that out. It's very detailed on how we don't provide enough to provide EMS funding, or even for the fire department. If you just dive into support or funding for EMS on a federal, local, county, state level, you will see hundreds of articles saying how we need to fund our EMS service, but no one ever does. And then what happens? Now you're looking at services that fly-by-night services, as we could probably call them, that aren't licensed in the state. They're going to come in and give us all this great stuff when all we had to do is give them a couple bucks, and we have one of the best services in Allegheny County in our backyard already operating here. So at this point, I just want to say that I go to work every day to save lives. And now I'm here talking to you guys, trying to save lives of my other community members. Please do not get rid of serums. They're the best thing we have. They will never be replaced here in Union Township. Whatever you do, please do not get rid of serums. I live in this town. If there's EMS service was bad, I wouldn't have moved to this town. But one of the reasons I did move here is because Serums was good ambulance service. I have 3 children. A couple months ago, I actually had to call the ambulance for my wife. They were there in 4 minutes. They took great care of my wife and took her up to the hospital. Please do not get rid of Serums. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe Jackie?
Jackie Seiler?
Seiler?
My name is Jackie, Jackie, Seiler, Seiler. I live at 38 Norton Avenue. Back in January, I rented the township park for my son's graduation party, which is in 17 days. The first question I asked when I rented the park was, what's the status of the renovations that are happening to the field? I was told in no uncertain terms, oh, you're the end of June, you'll be perfectly fine. I don't know if you people have been up there lately, it is far from perfectly fine. I called in on April because I thought there's no way this park is going to be done by June. I was told I can still have the park, I'll have all the facilities except for the field. I thought, that's not great, it's not what I wanted, but I went down there, I looked at the area behind the concession stand, it's usable for a volleyball net, cornhole, and all that, that's fine. I'm stuck with it. I'm stuck with it now. My party's in 17 days. I went down there on Saturday to count the number of tables, see what all I was gonna need. That park is far from usable. It's not even safe. I cannot have people at this park. There are gravel piles everywhere. There's nowhere to park. There's heavy equipment all over the place. There's weeds. It's overgrown. There's soccer nets. There's bleachers in the field part that is usable. There's a porta-john right next to where I'm going to serve food. What am I supposed to do? It's too late now for me to find anywhere else. It's 17 days. What am I supposed to do? It's not rhetorical. I'm asking. What are we supposed to do?
Any ideas to, yeah.
Oh, I was just saying, public comment usually, we try not to interrupt public comment with the professional on the board, so if you'll just hang on during the, chairman's report and stuff, then we'll have a conversation.
Are you not going to answer me?
No, we absolutely,
Thank
Jackie.
you.
But if you could just let's get through public comment.
Then do it. Answer her.
That we don't need to do that. I just want to know, am I going to get answers to these specific
Well,
questions?
okay, so board, we're gonna have to add this to the agenda. This is de minimis in nature, but that's an option for us to add this to the agenda. There's a whole new statute with the
Okay.
state that we cannot just put something on the agenda that hasn't been advertised for 24 hours, or we will get fined. So you're.
Well, we spoke on Sunday, and I thought you were gonna add this to the agenda.
I forgot to have them put it on the agenda. I know I told you I was going to, but I forgot.
Okay, but you can make an amendment to the agenda, is
I
that what you're
believe
saying?
that we can, well, I'll throw it out there after public comments done to see how the board votes.
Okay, thank you.
Pete? Yeah.
Pete Guido from Tuscany Estates, you have my address, 125, the original way. Miranda's since moved out of our development. Everything is complete except the infrastructure. The roads are terrible. We need a road paved, we need signs, we need lights. And I want to make sure that the bond is still available, that maybe we can use that. And also, that's the first question. The second one would be, I was wondering if Harshman does have any copies of the electrical or the certificate of occupancy permits for the pool and clubhouse up there in Tuscany State. I'd like to be able to get that information.
Okay. Sean, do you think you can maybe help Pete after public comment on some of the questions?
Yeah, for as far as occupancies for the pool and clubhouse, I'll check with Jared. I can comment on the other.
Okay. And Gary will comment on the other stuff with his solicitor report.
That's good.
Okay, thank you.
Tom Hart?
My name's Tom Hart. I live at 11 Lake Drive, Finleyville, 15332. What I'm saying is probably going to be redundant, but I'm going to speak on action item number 7 about approve and deny changing the EMS service. All I can say is if this is approved, I think it'd be a travesty. I do not know why you would even consider first response medical services to replace what we have. If we cannot, we need to find funding to keep what we have. I think what they are proposing to change to would not be a good move at all, and I urge all of you on the board to please deny changing to first response medical services. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Linda?
Linda Evans Bourne, 22 Parkview Drive. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. So my first public comment, I have a few things that are on the agenda since there is a lengthy agenda. So my question was, at the last meeting, it was on the agenda to approve, deny, accepting Dave Eskin's resignation. But I noticed, which you tabled, but on that letterhead, the township letterhead, the actual agenda, he was already removed before you even voted to accept his resignation. Also, you put his position on the last agenda before you accepted his resignation. And I'm not even sure if that's legal, because he would still be legally a supervisor of Union Township until you accept his agenda, his resignation, which was not done. And then, I'm wondering, is he still on the bank accounts? Or is he not? You've not accepted his resignation yet. Does he still have access to that if he would phone in, even though he sent a letter of resignation, so we were told at the last meeting? And then Supervisor Dupree, are you on the bank accounts as of yet?
No, I'm not on the Brentwood savings account yet. The general fund accounts.
And that would be a big why, a big why. 6 months into her term, she still does not have access to our money. My next public comment is on the bill pay. $23,911.36 to attorneys. Pardon? 39,000, I'm sorry, I must have missed one. We have so many, it's so hard to keep up. $39,000. Oh yeah, there's another 13,000 there that I missed. $39,000, people, of my tax dollars, their tax dollars, for attorneys, for what? And you don't want to give $5 a person to keep one of the best EMS services in this community? I'm sorry, there's nothing you can say that can rectify some of these decisions that only you can make. These bills do not get approved. These services do not happen without your vote for it to happen. It just doesn't magically happen. I sat here. There has to be permission, board action for this to happen. And it's not funny, Mr. Trax. $39,000. You think that's funny? I don't. Anybody out here think that's funny?
No.
$39,000 of my tax dollars. That is obscene. It's ridiculous. I am livid. And I walked on Sunday to get a petition signed to keep EMS services serums. And I couldn't find one person who said no. They all are irate. And they cannot understand why this is happening. Because you can't tell me it's finances. I see this virtually every month. It's ridiculous. It's outrageous. And you people should be ashamed of yourself for what you're trying to purport on our community. Taking away a service that saves people's lives. My comment is on action items 6 and 7. And I have some questions for Mr. Woolman over there from First Response Medical. So at our last workshop and meeting, you said that cost factors would determine what would be, or cost factors would be determined based on whether you got transport services or a contract with Mon Valley Hospital. How is that developing?
I would choose not to comment on this board over my business operations as a
Okay.
private matter.
All right, so as a potential service in our community, we have no business knowing that?
At this time, there are negotiations ongoing.
Okay. And so have you received an advanced life support license yet?
The ELS licensure was approved Monday. The ALS licensure inspection is next week.
Okay. And can you tell me why Allegheny Health Network dropped out as a medical director for you?
That was Mr. Pasco's doing.
Oh, okay. Someone else's fault. That's laughable. What about UPMC? Are they your medical director?
They are not.
Are you affiliated with any major
Excuse me, time out.
medical?
This is a public
Question and
comment.
answer. You know it's public comments.
Please proceed with your public comment.
Okay, then I will proceed. So, let me see. So, let me read you an email that I have sent June 7th, 2022 at 10:50 a.m. And I need a drink of water here as my allergies are acting up. This was Tuesday, yesterday. And this email was from Michael Balaska, I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, He is the Director of Emergency Services for Mon Valley Hospital, Penn Highlands Mon Valley Penn Highlands Mon Valley Hospital, who bought Mon Valley Hospital. And this is exactly what it says. First Response Medical has no affiliation with Penn Highlands Mon Valley Hospital, and I am not sure why it was posted on Indeed. We have a current contract with Rush Straver and Mon Valley at this time. So I beg to differ with your statement. There is no negotiations whatsoever based on this email. And then I have an email here from EMS West, and this was sent Tuesday, June 7th at 1:33 p.m. And this was from EMS West, and it says, First Response Medical Services is only licensed to operate a basic life support ambulance, period. So my comment would be that someone's fibbing a little bit. I'm guessing my money is that these guys are telling the truth. I don't know. You guys, you make your decision. Anybody wants to see these emails, I'll be happy to give you a copy of them. They're real. They're documents. They exist. And Doug over here, would you have any problem showing any of us any of your business workings?
No, we're responsible for all non-communities.
Thank you. So I'm not quite understanding why there's no response there. And I also have an email here from the Vice President of AHN. And they do not provide medical direction to First Response Medical. Got those two. I have paperwork, not words. And then, to further my public comment, I am aghast at the treatment of Mr. Pasco. I didn't know this, but you weren't even invited to the last meeting, were you? But were you invited by this board? No. Were you invited to this meeting by this board? No. But yet, the gentleman over there from First Response was invited because he sat at that table. As a matter of fact, he was sitting at that employee table tonight. And I take high offense to that. He should be sitting in the audience, and the man who is the chief of our EMS services should be sitting over there. And I take offense to how this board has been totally disrespectful to this service, who has done nothing but to provide excellent service to this community. I've sat through meetings where supervisors has told Mr. Pasco that he needs to sharpen his pencil. I don't know if that was a compliment. I'm guessing not. As I said, we went out and ran a petition. Just one afternoon. We got a lot of signatures. There was not one person who didn't want what we have. I heard stories of how they responded and saved lives in this community. This board, there's a comparison sheet here to Jefferson Hills EMS versus First Response Medical. I'll just touch a few highlights. Jefferson Hills has 9 ALS units. First Response has none. Number of ambulances, 9 to 1. Number of four-wheel drive support vehicles. Searams has 3, First Response has 0. The average age of the ambulances for Searams is 3 to 4 years, and they replace them after year 5. First Response is a 2002, 20 years old. I wouldn't ride in a car 20 years old, let alone jump in an ambulance going to the hospital with a heart attack. Years in service, since 1976. He's not in service. He's not even in ambulance service. Number of annual 911 call volume, over 8,000 calls they answer a year. First response has never responded to a 911 call. Number of full-time EMTs, 24 for serums. First response medical, 0 to 1. Use of subcontractors, they never use subcontractors. First response rely exclusively on subcontractors, part-time, and only that work other full-time jobs. Internal maintenance. Sears has full-time mechanics, inspection station, and quick repairs. First response is asking the Union Township taxpayers to provide repairs to their ambulance. Specialty equipment. Sears has advanced cardiac monitoring, airway control, bleeding control, pediatrics. First response, there's none listed. They have difficulty acquiring necessary emergency medicines, which Mr. Molman stated at the last meeting. Medical command, they're commanded through UPMC, also affiliated with AHM. Mr. Molman lost AHM Medic Command. Reason is unknown. Now they have a private medical director that is not affiliated with any hospital. Physician ride-alongs. Sears has them monthly. They also have pre-hospital RNs in their ambulances. First response currently does not provide 911 services. Event standbys. Sears does it as requested. They do it as requested. Public education. Yes. CPR, first aid, wellness programs as requested for Sears. First response, nothing specified. Free flu shots. Yes for Sears and shut-in service. First response, no. Medics and EMT that are residents, multiple with Sears. First response, none. Special wards, Sears, cardiac, advanced cardiac, pediatric, and stroke recognition. First response, none. They are not advanced life services and do not currently provide 911 services. Mutual aid partners. Sears has El Rama Fire Department, Finleyville Volunteer Fire Department, Peters Township EMS, and Tri-Community EMS. First response has none. Ask for support. $5 a resident is what Sears is asking for. A measly $5. Most of you spend more of that on a coffee. First response, they want fuel, they want housing, they want workers' compensation, and they want vehicle repair. And I'm guessing probably a lot more. Length of contract, there's a resolution, and I have that resolution. The Union Township did. Bringing Jefferson Hills Ambulance into here. It was done by resolution. And the standards that they request. The top-notch care that they made sure in a resolution that would be provided to the people in this community. And it's right here. And they have fulfilled this resolution. And then some. First response medical wants a 5-year contract contingent on receiving Mon Valley Transport contract, which I just read you is not happening, people. They don't know who he is. Although he says he's in negotiations. You better check on that, because you're talking to somebody that I don't know, giving you a bunch of bunk. There was some comments made at the workshop that still just bother me so bad. I wake up in the middle of the night thinking about it. Because I know what it means to sit at this table, I get it. And I took it very seriously. And the comment was made when Jonathan Medeiros, which I think you're here, asked, what can we do better, what have we done wrong? And it was a comment by a board member that I don't have to name, everybody here knows who it was, that said something to the effect, and don't quote me exactly, but it was about, I will practice my politics the way I want, the way I see fit, something to that. But I am just I'm so upset I can't even express it, that politics are discussed when we're talking about saving people's lives. That is unacceptable. Unacceptable. And changing our EMS services to something that doesn't even exist from what we have right now is unacceptable. And paying bills upwards of $40,000 for attorneys. And I asked the question at the last meeting, how many lives have those attorneys saved? Like that gentleman who just spoke. I think that he's out in the hall. How many lives have you saved as an attorney? I would say that's a big fat zero. The people do not want more attorneys and more attorneys' bills every month. They want an EMS service that is going to come and going to save their loved one's life. Thank you.
Lori?
Lori Canavy, 6088 Brownsville Road Extension. I have a couple of items that I want to discuss. Probably the first one is 2 weeks ago I asked about the grass cutting along Brownsville Road. I have seen other people mention Cardoff's Road, 88, other areas that should be trimmed, and nothing has happened yet. I have noticed coming down Beverly, and I don't come down there every single day, but I am now out into the road because I'm watching cars coming down, moving over on the other side of that yellow line so I can see, so I can have that clearance to cross that road. And I guarantee you, if there's an accident, whether it's me or the other people that do come down Beverly, I will make sure that this township is part of a lawsuit. Grass cutting is a norm by this township. 45, 47 years I've lived on Brownsville Road, and it has always been taken care of. And so it's not like it's something new, but it needs to be attended to. My husband has trimmed. It's not his job to go across the street and cut the weeds down so people can see coming down over Beverly. Number two, I'd say is the lawyer fees. $40,000 in lawyer fees is excessive, is ridiculous. That would pay for serums to stay in this township. Let's put out a little vignette. About 5:15, there's a motorcycle accident on Brownsville Road Extension in McChain. 2 ambulances have to go there. About 10 minutes, 15 minutes later, there's an OD down in McChain. Ambulance has to be there. About a half hour later, there's a supervisor at this township meeting in distress. We need an ambulance. We switch ambulance services, we get one ambulance. Who gets that call? Where are they going? We know 2 ambulances had to go off to Brownsville Road that night. We know that there was an OD down on McChain. We know, just by chance, Serums happened to be in this audience that night. Is that what we want? Or do we want a chance with one ambulance in? Maybe they might show up if they're not out somewhere else. We have gathered 612 signatures as of today. And I'm presenting them to the board. I'm not going to give you the copies. I'm not going to give you the paper. I will make copies of them for my own files and drop them off. But there are at least 612 people through Facebook, through a little bit of hoofing around, that do not want Serums changed. And if we want more, we'll get more. But I believe the people are speaking, and they're tired of this runaround and this foolishness from this board. And it's time to respect what the people want in this township.
I'll sign that.
These are the petitions. Anyone that has not signed it,
I'll sign it, and I'll have all of the original sign it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Joanne? Heather?
Ms. Heather, do you want to speak now or later?
No, I didn't know that was for that.
Oh, okay.
No, sorry.
Okay, any other public comment? Okay.
I came a little late, so I didn't get a chance to sign.
Cheryl Robinson, 6265 Brownsville Road Extension. I just want to express my opposition to changing from Serums to first response. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, any other public comments? Alrighty, moving on to solicitor report. We have no executive sessions tonight.
Just 2 items to address Pete's question. Pete, where we are on Quaker Engineering, Tuscany Estates, Jamie Harshman has reviewed their drawings and their plans. He has reviewed the most recent submittals of their engineer, has drafted and sent back to them a comment letter on additional information or deficiencies. The bond is still in place. We're still dealing with things that they need to complete along the sidewalks, the final course on the road.
Who's going to complete it?
I'm sorry?
Who's completing that? Who is going to complete that?
It's Quaker Engineering. It's their bond, it's their road. Until the township takes it over. And we have not gotten a response. That review letter was sent maybe 2 weeks ago, at least 2 weeks ago, to Mr. Clausen. He was told specifically what is needed in order for the township to proceed with accepting the roads and the different things it needs to do. The main thing we're looking for is the number to support and justify the bond amount. And that has to be certified by their engineer. What came back was not a certified engineering statement. I know that Miranda is still, in the wings. They have not terminated their contract.
As far as the tax records, I see they're still under Quaker Engineering, and they haven't changed.
Yeah, they haven't closed on purchasing the balance of the properties because Quaker Engineering has to resolve those open issues with the township, and then Miranda will step in. So, right now the ball is in their court in terms of providing the permit information, the bonding information and certification that we need.
You guys have any
Secondly, I guess there was some confusion over the hearing on Friday, based on the caption. As you know, between Union Township and Peters Creek Sanitary Authority, there are two separate actions. The first action was Peters Creek against Mr. Lawson to remove him as a city member of that authority. Separate pleading, separate hearings, and that hearing has taken place. Judge Lucas, no decision has been handed down. The second is the action initiated by Union Township with respect to the Finlandville-Oramus Sewer Project. The hearing on Friday has nothing to do with Mr. Lawson, even though the caption on the court order has his name. Mr. Lawson hasn't filed anything requesting a hearing. This is the hearing on whether or not the items discussed in mediation between Peters Creek Sanitary Authority and Union Township concerning what option would be implemented to deal with the Finlandville-Oramus Sewer Project, whether or not that should be enforced, whether or not other options should be entertained. And that hearing, and it's going to be an evidentiary hearing, will take place Friday in courtroom number 6 before Judge Michael Lucas. Has nothing to do with Rick Lawson's case with Peters Creek, but just want to explain that this has not been initiated by Mr. Lawson. Those other items come up.
Alrighty, moving on to engineer's report. Sean, do you want to handle it like you do every meeting?
I'd like to give you guys a couple updates.
Okay, sure.
First one is Patterson Road. That's coming along nicely. Hopefully tomorrow, if the weather's good, it should be finalized. Otherwise, it may go into Friday. Right now, the contract amount is at approximately $47,000. And that's going to come in under what was originally estimated, so it's always good. Secondly, update on Cold Bluff. That road had permitted activities attributed to it that needed to be permitted with conservation districts. So we're just finalizing getting those permits, and then as soon as that's done, that's going to be ready to go out to bid and move forward with having that road done this year is the hope. And lastly, Veterans Memorial Park came to my attention that it's being rented on the 18th, I believe.
It probably is, but my rental date is the 25th.
Okay, so on the 18th for that first rental, we've already spoken to the contractor, and he's planning to have a lot of his equipment removed, clean up the site, as well as have it ready for people with the upcoming season to be renting it out. So
Everything's gonna be done.
The work isn't going to be done.
No, I just mean the mess.
Yeah,
the equipment's gonna be gone, the gravel's gonna be evened out, the grass is gonna be cut, the weeds are gonna be pulled.
Yeah, any equipment they have is going to be tucked away in a corner. There's going to be.
It's already in a corner. There is no corner. It needs to be up in the upper lot. There's nowhere to park with that equipment there. You can maybe fit 10 cars.
Yeah, I'm sure I could talk to them about that.
That'd be great. If that could be moved up to the top even for those 2 Saturdays, or however long it's gonna be there, infinity, whatever, just so for those days it's out of there, because, you're gonna have little kids there too. It's a hazard all over the place.
Yes, ma'am.
So his park is gonna be taken care of.
Yeah, that's on our radar, and we're gonna make sure that the contractor has, the site cleaned up, ready for cars to be parked. The field is off limits, that grass needs to grow. There'll probably be some safety fence ups and more
That would be
safety
great. I
fence
would love
that's,
safety fence.
Right now it's out there today, it's falling down a bit. I told them that needs to be looking straight. Like, think about if you're out there with your family and you're taking graduation photos, you don't want to.
Yes.
Yeah,
And I rented it 3 years ago. I mean, I rent tents and tables and chairs. It's a beautiful park when it's at its best. It's definitely not at its best. So that's the part that the contractor is going to take care of. What about the other side of the concession stand? There's that big grassy field area. There's bleachers in there that are just thrown over there that were on the other side. There's soccer nets. There's all kinds of stuff that isn't contractor related. What are we going to do with that?
Well, if that stuff was in the field, the contractor moved it there, so
Right.
we'll be sure it gets cleaned up.
Okay, great. That's it, I'm done.
You don't need to stay, Jack?
I do not, but
Okay.
I'm gonna hand you this just in case, so you know that this is everything that this is all
Sounds
about.
perfect.
Thank you very
How
much.
about your number? Write your number so the ladies in the office want to get it for me.
Yeah, otherwise, you all have my engineer's report if there's any questions on any particular items.
Sean, I would like you to address the gentleman, spoke about Cold Bluff Road, that all we need to do is just dump stone into where it slid off. Would you explain to him we're not allowed to do that? We need permits and there's a procedure for that?
Yeah, so first of all, if we just dump stone, that wouldn't actually fix the slides. But yeah, even if we wanted to just dump stone down the hill, that's, with as close as it is to the creek, you need permits when you start impacting.
Did you need a permit to fix Patterson?
No, well, we needed a permit with the railway company, which we got, but there's not a creek right there.
Okay, how long has Cold Bluff been closed? Tell me.
I believe it was in August after
September 9th.
Ida.
Of last year.
Yep.
And now we're just getting to it.
This isn't a process we just started. I promise you the engineers and office staff have been working diligently, but the issue is there's a lot of permitting that's out of our hands because the creek is affected. And so the board already approved, as soon as all of those permits are done, we are ready to file the bid documents out the door. And they made sure that as soon as the state gets back to us and the permitting is done, it's going. And we're working as fast as we can.
Okay. Answer me this then. Who made the call on Pleasant View to patch the road with reclaimed asphalt? Who made that call? I mean, that's about as Mickey Mouse as you can get. Who made that call? Give me a name. Huh?
It wasn't me.
Oh, it wasn't you, then who was it then? Seriously. I mean,
Where was
that
the
road
patch?
hasn't been paved for over 40 years.
I think you're talking about after the last slide on the bottom.
No,
There's a
after
something
it was
there.
fixed. It was fixed, okay? After it was fixed, there was no slides involved, no nothing. All you had to do was go down there and pave it, okay? You should have had those guys that did the work finish it. Go another 150 feet. That's all it would have taken. Why wasn't that done? I mean, that road hasn't been paved in over 40 years, from Ray Lane to the bottom of the hill. And that's a main thoroughfare now. You know, I live on that road. The amount of traffic on that road is horrendous. Okay, my neighbor almost got hit yesterday by a car going up that road. Speed limit's 25 on that road, okay? I don't see any signs. I don't see no blinking lights like on McChain or nothing like that. You know, I'm sorry, that's uncalled for. You know, that could have been fixed.
Okay, so excuse me, because we're outside of public comment, we're in the engineering
I don't
section.
think we're sure what exact
Terry,
area.
I was going to suggest, because I think we're not speaking apples and oranges, I think
Yeah.
you all are confused, and I think Mr. Maderis knows what he's talking about, but I'm not sure you do. So I want to make a suggestion, Terry, and I don't know if you're in the office tomorrow, Sean, but can you get Mr. Maderis' number and take a field trip down there to see exactly where he's talking about, so you could report back to the board? So we're all clear on the same page?
It's before that last slide. 50 feet before that slide and 100 feet on the other
Okay,
side.
so Terry, you'll make connection with Mr.
I'll grab
Maderis?
his contact
Okay.
information.
Okay.
Make sure we're looking at the
Yeah, I'll
same
give you a
thing.
personal tour of it.
Excuse me,
And you
Sean.
know what? We're gonna go speed limit on that road. And I'm gonna put you in the bed of my truck and I'll launch you. And I guarantee you, by the time you get to the bottom of the hill, you won't be in the back of the truck. It's the floor.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I mean, there's no excuse for that. You know, people pay their taxes. I want something for my tax roll. That's all I'm asking for. 40 years is a little ridiculous. Rebecca has been paid 5 times in them 40 years, if not more. You know, that's all I
Okay,
want. I want
again,
it
I'm
fixed.
sorry, can you proceed, please?
Patterson Road. Does the contractor, did they do a heavy haul agreement on that road?
No, they didn't.
Okay.
They were doing the work for us, so.
I just know they're hauling a lot. So, I was also curious, did I see Vaughn hauling dirt for them?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so our road crew guys hauling dirt for them as well?
Yeah, in order to get more dirt out faster and also keep their prices
I
down.
thought I saw him, but I was confused why he was hauling dirt.
Yeah.
I kinda guessed it was for that project.
Yeah, the road crew is gonna assist us with, picking up some asphalt as well and delivering it to the site.
We'll reclaim one.
So that's not what they will bill us for, because we're using, obviously, that's like separate, but that's also what we did cut down on costs.
Yeah, I saw them. I was curious whether or not, that is a lot of weight they're hauling on that road, and I was curious whether or not that contractor did a heavy haul agreement or not.
Okay, any other questions on Sean's report? Okay, moving to treasurer's report, Mr. Lawson?
Treasurer's report. I have a couple items. Dave Eskin has been removed as a signator from the Brentwood Bank. He cannot sign checks. When the new supervisor comes on board, we will get new cards. All the bank cards have signatures by all the supervisors except Michelle Dupre. Nobody has asked to see the bank statements that I'm aware of, and we are not keeping Miss Dupre off the bank. She has to sign the card, and she's done.
I have a couple questions on your report.
Mr. Lawson, are you done with your report?
Yeah.
So, is anybody gonna untable the denying Michelle Dupree on the bank accounts? Is that ever gonna happen? Does that need to happen? Does that need to happen?
Would you repeat that?
There was a motion made and then tabled to deny Michelle Dupree as a signator on the bank accounts. Does that need to be untabled? Is anyone ever going to untable it?
Permission to speak?
I'm not aware of that. You know,
I have emailed and
you guys
CC'd
want
on
to
it.
keep playing games that we're holding Michelle up from us. This can go
It's
on
no
and we
game,
can
Mr.
argue.
Lawson,
but-
it is no game. It is, apparently it's a game for you guys, but I have the floor. I did email all of you this week. Does that motion need to be untabled? I got no answer to my email. None. Looking into it. So, it was an honest question. I could have asked, if you guys would just answer your emails. Look at your emails. It was an honest answer. I've even emailed Mr. Creaney about it this week. It's not a game. Do you have to untable the motion to deny? On April 13th, there was 2 motions on the agenda. One to take Hal Brining off the bank accounts, and one to deny Michelle Dupree to be put on them. Now, I was told that was because the bank needed the meeting minutes to do that. We've never approved those meeting minutes. So, how did y'all get Hal off? You know, it was told to me that it had to be done because the bank was needing the meeting minutes to do it. Now, they had the meeting minutes from January 3rd to add Michelle Dupree on the accounts, but you didn't. And then you needed meeting minutes to take Mr. Brining off, but we never approved those minutes. We haven't approved any minutes since the end of February. Now we have Mr. Eskin has been removed off of the accounts with no board action whatsoever, even though he's still a supervisor. It's preposterous. It is not me playing the game. It is the treasurer and the assistant treasurer and the rest of the board playing the game. If it's that easy to take someone off, then take them off. It's that easy to put someone on. It seems like Mr. Eskin was just really easy to do. I don't, who authorized that? You as the treasurer? Because he's still a supervisor, Mr. Lawson. So somebody give me the bank cards, untable the motion to deny me, and then we'll just get this on the road. But I have said it multiple times. I don't know, can you guys hear me? Because they can't hear me. I want to be on the bank accounts. You guys can hear me. I am not
Sign your
taking
name on the
supervisor.
bank account. Quit
I'm
playing
tabling.
games.
Calling, please.
Give me the
call order.
cards. I've said
They've
it
been in the
multiple
office
times.
for 2 weeks.
Oh,
Excuse me.
have they, Mr.
Please, I'm
Lawson?
going to call order.
Have they? Because if you saw them 2 weeks ago, then that's a shocker, because I got an email just this week, and I asked questions. Can I come down and sign it? Does it need to be untabled? Nobody answered me.
Mr. Trax, excuse me.
We even
Mr.
paid
Tra-
Mr. Crenny to research correspondence against this month. On the Sweat Law Firm bill, Mr. Crenny is researching correspondence doing with signatories on the bank account. Even in May, you're doing that. Who authorized that?
Mr. Trax, may I have permission to speak
Yes.
to the board and to the staff? So, I have a question for you, Bobby, and then I have a question for Attorney Sweat. Bobby, the new cards, I know I came down and signed mine Monday. Even though I'm an authorized signer, I didn't need to do that.
Excuse
Yes,
me, this
excuse
is
me.
hard to hear when you guys are laughing and talking on the tape. Please refrain
Bobby,
from doing that.
so I have signed the cards. Who else signed the updated bank cards?
They're all signed by everybody except Mr. Brigg.
Okay. I called Hugh Conley myself today, and Mr. Conley, who's the president of Brentwood Bank, and just so the board and the public are
He's the
aware
what?
of
I'm
this.
sorry, excuse me, what did you say what? I missed what he was.
I can't remember his title, but he is the head of the banking department that handles,
He's our bank manager.
yes, he's our banking representative for Union Township. I'm sorry, I will wait till your comments are done. Mr. Conley took the liberty of taking Mr. Eskin off himself. He told me that as of last week, the cards have been here, and Bobby, from what I saw in an email, you directed all of us to come down and sign a card.
Yes.
The card that I signed have 4 supervisors' names on it. It is Mr. Trax, myself, Mr. Lawson, and Miss Dupree. To date, from this hour, who has signed the bank cards?
Mr. Trax, Ms. Dare, Mr. Lawson, myself.
So Ms. Dupree has not signed them as of today, as of right now? Okay. So, Mr. Attorney Sweat, obviously we all recall the meeting where Dave was trying to figure out why the bank cards weren't being signed. And he made a motion to deny the bank signature so he could get to the point where he could discuss the issue, because it was on as an approved deny. It was tabled, but I don't believe there is anything such as an untabling. It is just, there's an action, there's something in motion, there's many emails that this board has a clear path to come in and sign the updated cards. So do you know, of record, do we have to untable something?
Well, I would recommend that a motion be made to remove that item from the April agenda. Because when you table something, it means you hold it in abeyance. And since the agendas become official records with the minutes of the meeting, that would just, I think, be clear. I think once an item is tabled, it's off, but just so there's no question, I would recommend a motion to remove that as an agenda item.
So it's de minimis in nature, and I'd like
So-
to add, excuse me, I'd like to add this to, I'm going to make a motion here when we get to the unfinished business, to add this to the agenda, to execute this now, because there are bank cards sitting in Bobby's office that can be signed tonight. I guess if you're recommending taking this off?
Removing that item as an agenda item that appeared on the April, whatever the date was, public meeting.
Okay.
Let me get your email.
Can, Bobby, can you get that, and Terry, can you look right now, so we can possibly, potentially add this to the agenda? What is the date that that item was on the agenda? And you're saying the motion would be consider removing?
To remove that item
Like it never
as
happened.
an action agenda.
Why is it like it never happened, is what Mr. Sweat's saying.
So there was a board, there was 2 board members that motioned and seconded for that, but there was never any action other than that. So, but I understand your motion, but to say that there's a whole board conspiring is a misstatement.
Who said that?
So Bobby, can you get that date so we can add that on there?
So, you guys,
I'm looking at it.
Okay, thank
I'll
you.
have it to you by the time that
Okay,
item
perfect.
comes up, if that's
So,
okay.
Ms. Chairman, you say that you saw the email from the secretary. Did you see my reply back? Did you see the reply back where I was asking these very questions? And she said that, she was checking on it. So if you saw the one set of emails, you did see that I was asking about this prior to the meeting, more than a week ago. So I have been waiting. I was told that I would get back to it, but no one did
Bobby,
get back.
if I may, Bobby, was Ms. Dupree waiting for you to get back to her?
I didn't.
Anybody. How would you ask her what I'm waiting for? How can you ask her what I'm waiting for? I did it to all of you. I wasn't asking her to get back to me. Anybody would have been good. Do we have to get it on the table? Apparently we do.
This is a legal question. I would never purport to know the answer to that. So here we are in a meeting and we asked Mr. Sweat a question.
So a minute ago, you all did report that it was me, that I was the problem, that I was playing a game. So you did purport to that legal question, that it was Michelle. Just get the banks here. You guys can hear me, right? I want to sign the bank cards. I want to see the bank statements. I want to see the accounts. I mean,
Mr. Lawson, may I ask you to read the email that you had at the last meeting?
I do not have it in front of me.
Okay.
I'm playing the games, reading the emails and the things. You want them all? I'll print them all out for everybody.
Okay.
I mean, you want to read little bits and pieces of emails. This has been going on for 6 months. Roberta, could you go get those cards for me? Thank you.
And if you could get that date, I'd really appreciate it.
So it was
April
the
13th.
April 13th.
She should have had this card sitting there when
It
we
was-
walked in. We want to run the township the
Excuse
way
me,
it's
I'm
supposed to
sorry,
be.
speaking to the chairwoman. It's, from the April 13th meeting. The motion was approve, deny, Supervisor Dupree as signatory on any and all bank accounts and or pension funds, just so you know what was exactly on the agenda. Would you like a hard copy of that?
Yes, if you can, please.
Could you also tell me who authorized Dave Eskin coming off the accounts, please? Since it needed a board action to take out Ryan off, we needed to actually put it on the meeting minute, we had to do a board action. So how did Dave Eskin get off the accounts? He's still a board member. Who authorized that? Are you saying that nobody authorized it,
Mr. Dupree,
Mr.
please stop
Conley
being
did?
so hostile to me, and you're directing all this to me, and you're staring at
Well,
me
you told
and
me,
yelling at
you told me to
Stop.
direct
It's
all
very
comments to the
disconcerting.
board chairman, so that's what I'm doing. And playing the game. Could anybody,
Conley.
okay, I won't look at it. Could
Mr.
anybody tell me who authorized Mr. Conley to take Mr. Eskin off the bank account?
Okay, thank you so much. So, Mr. Conley, I called Mr. Conley today. He did it himself on his own accord.
Does anyone know how Mr. Conley knows that Mr. Eskin put a resignation letter in that we've never approved accepting?
Yes, Mrs. Singer has been in contact with the bank as being the assistant treasurer and working on trying to get these cards issued so that the new signer, which is Ms. Dupree, would feel comfortable signing. Now, we all know if the residents who have not been here consistent, we just shut these doors, please. For people who have been consistent at this meeting, this has been going on because, to my knowledge, Ms. Dupree, in the beginning of January, did not want to have anything to do with signing bank cards and
To your knowledge,
approving.
you might want to clarify that. That was not what I said.
So, Mr. Lawson, I would request that you bring the emails that
January.
you read from the last meeting.
And tell them it wasn't in January. Because I'll read them all. You want to read that one? I'll read them all. Read them all. Go back to the emails that it was absolutely necessary to have meeting minutes to take Hal Brining off, which led into the denying Michelle Dupree to be a signatory on the counts. But apparently it doesn't take any meeting minutes to take Mr. Eskin off.
No, that motion was not an official motion because it didn't go for a board vote. Mr. Eskin made
The
a
vote for
motion.
Mr. Brining to come off of those
Mr.
accounts that
Eskin
needed
made
to
a
be
motion
done.
to deny, and Mr. Trax seconded it because they wanted to have discussions regarding what the problem was with the bank accounts and why Ms. Dupree did not feel comfortable signing them. And let's be fair to say that Supervisor Dupree did not want to give her credentials to the office. So the question is going around to find, it's difficult to talk over, and,
Madam Chairman,
yes.
I do have the email from Michelle Dupree.
Date
Here.
the date.
I am speaking. Michelle wrote, I first would like to state that I will not be taking any form of payment, as well as I will not be signing and checks from the Union Township bank accounts, as I repeatedly informed Ms. Singer. Again, it says I will not be signing and checks from Union Township bank accounts.
That
Can I
letter was
see
dated
that?
after Michelle Dupree said that she would not be signing on the bank accounts until questions were answered. Until questions were answered. Now, I read my January email to Mr. Palermo. I read it. I said that I would not be taking pay. Now, do you have the correspondence between you and your bond company that supposedly needs to know who's volunteering and who's not? Who's taking pay and who's not taking pay? Do you have correspondence to that bond company?
No.
I didn't think so.
You saying I'm lying?
I said I didn't think you had correspondence. That's what I
I
said.
spoke to him on the phone.
Okay, so what I'm looking
But
at
so
here.
officially, Mr.
Because
Treasurer,
my name is on the bond, Michelle.
officially, the bond company has never said that they need to know that Michelle Dupree's not getting paid.
That is not correct. Officially,
Officially
the bond
would be right.
company talked to me, who is bonded, and the treasurer, that they do need it.
So officially, they have it in writing somewhere that they need that. So if I call the bond company, they're
Call
gonna say
whoever
the
you wanna
same thing.
Call whoever you want.
Okay.
We're not making this up.
But you have nothing in writing.
So,
You have nothing in writing to read.
so the email I have here, it says, I first would like to state that I will not.
What's
in
the date,
cap-
Mr. Chairman?
In capital letters, I will not be taking any form of payment, as well as in capital letters, I will not be signing and checks. It's an incomplete sentence, doesn't make sense. From the Union Township bank accounts, as I have repeatedly informed Mrs. Singer. So I understand where Ms. Singer is very confused. And
Are
on
you
top of
confused,
that,
Ms. Singer?
on top of
I
that,
don't know
Ms.
what the heck's going on.
Ms. Singer didn't, it's been openly stated, may I please finish my statement? It's been openly stated that Supervisor Dupree did not feel comfortable in the beginning sending any of her credentials to Ms. Singer in the office.
How
Now,
do you
we all,
understand that? Who
if I can
told you
please-
that? Did you tell her that? Did you tell her
You
that?
won't give me your information.
Wait,
which
Everybody's ready to go to the
information?
bank. I need
Which information?
Your driver's license?
I gave you my driver's license in January. You copied it right at that copy machine in
Okay.
January.
But I said for the bank accounts, I needed your social security and
Then
stuff
when
like
did you-
that, and you wouldn't.
But
give
you,
it
it
to me.
ended up you didn't need my social security number.
Okay, so we're off
I'm
track here.
going by what the bank told me I needed from you.
But you
Okay,
never
Bobby,
asked me
Bobby.
for my social security number. You
Okay.
only asked me to fill out employment forms, medical release forms, driving history forms.
Okay, so.
You never presented me with a bank card.
Drivers? Well, no, because they needed the information to
They
do the
needed
bank cards.
the meeting minutes to make
They
the
needed the
changes.
information.
Okay,
And they
so-
were done in
Email
January.
from Key Bank, Michelle. They
So
said
I
they
called
wanted
the
your driver's
banks,
license.
I spent
Is there any
many,
correspondence dealing
I
with this
spent
between anybody?
many
Or is this all
days.
verbal?
I spent many days calling all of the banks in question.
Why didn't you call me?
And,
Why didn't you answer an email?
well, I can address that, and I think it's time for me to address that. And I am going to do that here very shortly.
Oh, good.
So as far as the banks go, there's only one bank that has very strict credentials. And this is on down here later in the agenda, but I think it's time that we talk about all this. So the Brentwood Bank, who is Union Township's main bank, we have 95% of our funds in Brentwood Bank. Brentwood Bank has very strict protocols. They follow what's called Patriot Act. So as far as the Patriot Act is concerned, it's I believe, a federal law. Gary, can you speak to that? The Brentwood Bank requires submission of social security number, driver's licenses, and one other form of ID. Picture ID in order to process the bank, process the bank paperwork. So a couple other of the banks that Union Township normally deals with did not require that. So this was a topic of concern for all of us as signers. I mean, we're handling millions of dollars here when we're signing bank accounts. And we could say on record, and there's only been 3 or 4 supervisors that have been consistently approving bills and signing checks here since January. Everybody here has the opportunity to do that. it's up to you, the supervisors, to come in, sign the paperwork. So when there was reluctance to sign the paperwork with our interior staff, it was the job of the supervisor who felt more comfortable to go directly to the banks to sign them to do so. So that
I'm sorry, I
was,
have to
excuse
stop
me,
you, because
that
you're
was,
speaking
that-
of me, and you're speaking about me and how I feel and what happened when you don't know. You don't know what happened because you never once answered an email. I never wanted to go to the bank. It was out of frustration. I had to. Nobody did. I still to this day, although these Brentwood Savings Bank, I have not given my social security number. Just so you guys know. Not even for that bank. It wasn't a requirement. I didn't fill out any forms for that bank. He asked me for
You need to look at what you signed. Yes, you did.
It's in there.
Yeah, if you could please pick that up and look at that.
Well, I'll have to get my glasses because I didn't give him. He asked me for a PIN number in case I called the bank.
So could you
I gave him
please?
a number.
No,
Oh, wait,
honestly.
hold on. I'm still talking. Since you're talking about how I feel, what I felt, I came in January. I had to pay for a budget. I had to pay for it. I mean, I asked for a budget after being sworn in as a supervisor, and I was forced to pay for it as a supervisor-elect. Now, in January, when I would ask to see the bill pays, I was told by Roberta that I didn't need to see the bill pays. Only Rick has to see the bill pays. So I wouldn't approve the bill pays. But then I was told that only the supervisors that are check signers get to see the bill pays. Then I was told I didn't need keys. Then I was told that they were going to wait for Hal Bryan to return the keys. Then the keys were in a big giant box of mixed keys. Now, I came down, this is what I went through just this week. I got a draft agenda and a board packet on Friday. But I emailed back. She emailed me, here's a draft agenda and board supervisor meeting for Wednesday, June 8th. There's most likely changes, additions, and deletions. The bill pay will also likely change if I've gotten a few invoices in the last couple days. I messaged back, oh, I didn't see the bill pay list. Am I missing it? If you understood the email I sent on Friday at 3:38 p.m., I noted that there will be changes to the bill pay list that's currently available. I would not send an attachment that's improper or incorrect and able to clear and concise vote that it's been brought up that it's incorrect, just for it to be brought up that it's incorrect. I said, I do understand the email. However, you write that there will be changes to the bill pay list that is currently available. Can you send what's available? I chose not to send anything that is incorrect. I knew there were invoices and checks that needed to be added today. I don't understand why you would want to view anything that is incomplete or incorrect. I'm trying to accommodate the supervisors with documents, agendas the best I can. Unfortunately, it does not seem to accommodate your requests in a timely manner. That's the answers I get. Now, then I came down on Tuesday. Tuesday, but Rick was looking at them. So I had to come back on Tuesday, but it was the end of the day and I only got to see some of them, so I had to come back again today, which puts me all the way to the last minute where we had some sort of agreement that at least any available information that was available on Friday would be in our board packet on Friday. Now, there was an amount listed on the draft agenda, so at the very least I could have got the bill paid for that amount. But then when I came down here to see, the bills that were added were the attorney fee bills. The bills that were added from Friday to today were the attorney fee bills. Now, I looked at them, and the Kathleen Gallagher attorney bills are dated December of last year. December of last year. Now, one of them has a note attached to it. Gary, further to our call, the attached invoices have not been paid yet. The total amount due for all three matters through November 2021 is a bit over $50K. I did tell the board that I would hold December through March to assist with cash flow. But I expect a payment on September and November. So the bills that we're paying tonight are for September and November of last year.
Oh my God.
I am about to send the bills through March, which are approximately another $50K, $60K. May and June will not be cheap either. The motion to hearing, so I really need all the prior invoices paid.
What the hell is going on?
Now, the bills apparently, from what I can see, Miss Gallagher's bills are being mailed to Gary Sweat's office. And then they're being talked about with Gary and Kathleen, and then Sarah calls Roberta, and then we dole out what we can pay. What cash flow problem are we talking about? Which leads me to wonder whether or not that's why I've had so much trouble.
Oh, jeez.
So there, Gary, first of all, there was a misstatement there. Gary Sweat's bill, could you please,
Yeah.
may I ask for
We
order?
respect you when you're doing public
Yeah, we
comments.
didn't talk
Respect
about
that.
board
So
members.
there
and
was
things.
a-
Oh, my God.
Here's a letter from Gary,
So Gary,
from Kathleen to Gary.
is anybody allowed to talk at this board? Can somebody else speak, please? So there was a misstatement that the bills weren't, the attorney's bills were given at the last minute. Mr. Sweat's bill was in last week because I reviewed it last week. Yes, Kathy Gallagher's bills all came in today or over the last day or two, which is why Bobby couldn't give a final bill pay list. Bills come in up till the date of the meeting, and she tries to cut them off. Sometimes she can't. Gary, would you speak to
From
Kathy
December.
Gallagher's bill, please?
They're actually from October, November.
It's being twisted here, as you can see.
Well, Attorney Gallagher's bills are for extensive litigation. I mean, we've had extensive litigation in federal court, in state court, in preparing for the mediation, participating in the mediation, the upcoming hearing in front of Judge Lucas. So it's extensive. My bill is 13 pages, it's itemized. Yeah, it's easy to say, well, you charge 13,000, but if you look through the 12 or 13 pages, we identify everything that we do. A lot of it is not billed, and I put that on as well. And I have routinely given a professional courtesy discount of at least $1,000 a month for the last 2 years.
Every month.
It's on every bill. So if you're gonna read my bill, I encourage you to read the last page to see how many hours were unbilled that I could have billed, and what the professional courtesy discount is against the actual bill itself.
Would be owed.
The delay on getting Kathy Gallagher's bills into the township is partly my fault because she did send them to me, but I thought what I received was only a courtesy copy. She sent it directly to the township. and she
You're
didn't.
behind.
So when I realized that she hadn't sent those directly to the township, I forwarded them on to the secretary and said they need to be paid.
Mr. Sweat, is there a reason that Kathleen Gallagher put in here that she did tell the board that she
Not
would
one of those
hold,
our financial.
they would hold the due to our cash flow?
You're back here.
Is there a reason that she would write you an email stating that she did talk to the board that she would hold December through March the cash flow?
Okay,
Are
so,
those bills here at the township?
so everybody
Or
knows
they
that
sent-
the extensive
so they're not being
litigation in
sent
the
through your office
township.
anymore?
I told her, send it directly to the township.
Because all the bills that I saw on the bill pay were being sent to your office.
Okay,
All the
so
ones that I just
there's
looked
no
at.
They were.
secret here
I sent them here.
that we are in extensive litigation. And I cannot wait to tell everybody what we've been through. Who's all involved? There's multiple parties involved. We have been very silent, and you will all get to know it. And I'm going to make sure that will be one of the last things I do here. Because I know there's a lot of comments coming out. People are telling me I'm disgusting. They're mouthing that to me. Facebook can't see it. I see it because I'm sitting here. I'm getting a lot of comments because not everybody knows the truth. They're only hearing one side of this, and they don't realize who's all involved and the extension of what's been alleged here. Things are alleged at this podium every single meeting.
What is our
And-
cash flow problem? What is the cash flow problem? It's our money.
Okay.
I can't hear back.
So, if I'm continually interrupted, I can't finish what I'm trying to say. So the bills are here. It sounds like Ms. Dupree is signed, and she can sign. She can approve bills or deny them, or she can sign checks. Am I correct? Are we all good on the signatures?
Mine's complete.
Mine's complete.
It's a shame that it took this.
She said that identification number, social security number.
So we're all signed up?
Looks like it.
Okay, so Bobby, all five.
Games are over.
So. Yeah.
Games
So
presented
moving on
again.
to the chairman, moving on to the chairman's report, I would like to.
It's that easy.
A couple things, if anybody out there that knows me, that has signed the petition, that has come around regarding the ambulance, can you please call me? Because I would like to know what that petition stated. So that's, I'm putting that out there, if someone has a copy, give that to me. Secondly is, I wanted to know who, from our staff, who added to the agenda item number,
I'm sorry, I took yours.
let me see here.
Read it.
Oh, I'll read it.
The undersigned.
Excuse me, this is not public comment.
You wanna know what
I no, this is not public comment. Thank
No,
you.
she wasn't, she asked for
Would
it.
you like me to make a copy, so you leave one for her?
No,
that's ours with this.
so, okay, so item number 7. I would like to know, it says approve deny changing EMS service to first response medical service. I'd like to ask our staff, how did that get on this agenda? Does anybody know?
Ms. Dupree requested it via email.
Okay, and I have multiple questions on why that was added and what it means. So, and I guess we'll wait till we get to the discuss item on that. And question for the staff. The gentleman in the back, I believe your name is Woolman, is that correct, Dr. Woolman?
No, where's page 2?
Okay, I have a question for our staff. Could you please stop yelling out during the meeting? It's very distracting. Thank you.
All I asked is where's page 2 of the
I
agenda?
apologize, I had to make them at the last minute. After everybody took After everybody took them.
Terry, no, I can only ask you this because Bobby stepped out. But can you answer to me? We've been,
What agenda?
this is the chairman's report. Terry, as part of my report, I'm asking the question.
Question and answer, chairman report.
Was Dr. Woolman or anybody from Serums personally invited to come to this meeting?
Dr. Woolman was invited, Dr. Woolman was invited to the EMS workshop because he was a topic of the workshop.
Okay.
Mr. Woolman, or Dr. Woolman, I'm sorry, reached out to me and asked me if this would be a discussion item in the future. I said, it will be discussed at this meeting.
So there was no personal invitation to come to this meeting other than his request to you?
Correct.
Did anybody from Serums reach out to the office to
No.
ask anything? Was this advertised in the paper?
Yes.
Okay. Was it on our web page?
Yes.
Was it on the front door?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I wanted to ask. Has anybody asked and have been refused from this board to view bank accounts? I'm going to ask that at every meeting. I just want to.
I was refused at the bank because I wasn't a signatory.
I do not possess the bank information or access to it, but to
Okay.
my knowledge, no. But that's a question for Ms.
So that answer changed from last, because I asked that last week and no one answered. So now, okay, so I'll have to double check that with Bobby.
I asked it yesterday at Brooklyn, and Bobby told me nobody.
I was refused at the bank because I'm not a signatory.
That makes sense. Okay. Alrighty, I think the rest of my comments, or my chairman's report, I'm gonna hold off till we get to some of these topics. Alrighty, so that's all I have.
Sure, you just ask.
So we're moving on to item number 5, Alrama Pump Station Report. That's in our packet for review.
I'd like to make a comment on it.
Certainly.
Tom Bibby's doing a good job, brought to our attention last week, the battery in the backup generator was bad. I contacted the road crew to do it.
What are we on?
To change it, that saved us a call from Cummins, they would have probably charged us $800 or $1,000. Ron Lovers took care of it right away immediately. Bibby's doing a good job. That's all I have on that.
Okay, great. Anybody have questions for Rick? Okay, road crew reports in our packets. Anybody have questions?
I have a comment. I wanted to
to say the road crew did a beautiful job hanging the veterans banners this year. And was curious if there was like a law change on OSHA allowing them to hang the banners this year versus subbing it out. It was stated in the past that the road crew couldn't hang the banners due to an OSHA problem. So I was just curious. I think they did a fantastic job hanging the banners. And I was curious on whether or not there was a change in the laws that allowed them to do it this year versus subbing it out for a lot of money.
There was no change in the law. The violation was they are not allowed to stand in the back of a dump truck and hang them without being tied off.
Is that what was stated?
Is that what we stated was something? That was what you asked. You asked if the law changed. I told you no, the law did not change.
That allowed them to do it versus subbing it out.
There's nothing to.
You answered it, Rick, I believe. I don't know how many times you can re-answer it.
Yeah, they did a fantastic job. And I'm so glad we didn't spend so much money subbing it out this year because they actually did a better job than the sub did.
Okay, we have a building permit report. We have a code zoning report and an animal control report. Anybody have questions or comments on those items? Okay, project manager?
I was talking about the electric company.
Project manager report?
I believe that everything I was going to comment on, from public comment, Sean covered Cold Bluff. I have that gentleman's number from Pleasant View. I think we're good there. And everything else is in the packets, and I will comment as any items come up.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
So you had emailed me that on the agenda item dealing with the EMS.
Correct.
You had emailed me earlier this week that first response medical. I wanted to remind all of you that his contact information, which I did reach out to him. Additionally, he informed me that Mon Valley Hospital has confirmed that first response as their primary transport service, which is, if you recall, was a large factor contributing to the feasibility of them servicing us. He told you that? I'll ask him when the topic comes up if he told you that.
He did not tell me it was confirmed. That was me misspeaking, and I apologize. But yes, he did contact me and tell me that the negotiations were in a very good place, and he was excited about that.
So the information you relayed was wrong.
That was and I apologize.
So it's not confirmed.
Not confirmed.
They're not even talking to us.
Also, I don't know if well, I guess he's on the agenda. I'll ask about the intern when it comes up on the agenda.
Okay, our police is here from the city of Monticello.
Thank you. May 2022 report summary consisted of approximately 2,249 miles patrolled, approximately 197 gallon used, 175 calls for service, 31 traffic stops, 86 traffic details, 4 vehicle accidents, 8 alarm calls, 1 drug overdose, 2 drug-related arrests, 4 public service assists, 11 requests to assist EMS and/or fire, 1 check welfare request, 6 reports of suspicious activity, 3 domestic and/or services. There were 5 individuals arrested in the township for the following charges: 1 DUI charge, 1 criminal mischief charge, 1 possession of controlled substance charge, 2 counts of drug paraphernalia charge, 1 false report, 1 accident involving damaged property, and 1 harassment charge.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, moving on, we have our Parks and Recreation Board of Auditors and Planning Department alternate still advertised for open positions. Item number D, action items. I would like to make a motion to the board to add an agenda item, de minimis in nature, to remove, let's see here. Did you guys hand me that motion or that agenda
I
item?
did. I came back in and handed it.
You know what, I might have misplaced it. So it would be to remove and the action item
D4.
D4 from the April 13th meeting, which, do you have it there? Which requested approve, deny, Supervisor Dupree as a signatory on any and all bank accounts and pension funds. So that is a motion. to add that. Okay, motion by Dare, second by Trax. Any discussion?
Will that take, that information out of the meeting minutes?
No? Will it? You can't modify the minutes after they're done.
We haven't approved those minutes.
Well, once they come up, you can point to today's action to remove it from the minutes.
That's what I'm asking, I don't want it removed from the minutes.
Yeah.
If you don't want it removed from the minutes, we don't have to remove it from the minutes, correct? Like if the supervisor requests something to be in the minutes, we
It's
would.
self-executing. I mean, it shows up as an agenda item that was tabled and now it's been removed.
So that makes it that it disappears, that it ever happened from the minutes.
Gary, I don't like that. I mean, if we need to,
The sequence needs to be there.
well, the board has the opportunity to approve or deny that same motion tonight.
Right, that's true.
So, I mean, why does it have to be a remove? It just needs brought back up, because there was finally some discussion on what's going on. This board has culpability and liability in signing these checks. When we have processes that are being done backwards and not being done how they were always done here. And that's our right to ask the questions. And that right was denied by us supervisors, who had questions on why the bank accounts weren't being signed and why the process was being different and why we weren't following the U.S. Patriot Act in some cases. So that's a motion.
To just add it as an agenda item.
Yes, to add the, Gary, can you work that out? Let me just read it again. Okay, the motion is to add to the agenda, approve, deny, Supervisor Dupree as signatory on any and all bank accounts and or pension funds.
Is that your motion?
That's my motion.
I'll second.
Dare, motion, Track second, any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Lawson?
Yes.
Ms. Dare?
Yes.
Mr. Trax?
Yes.
Ms. Dupree?
Abstained.
Okay, so we're moving on to action items number 1. Approve, deny acceptance of resignation of David Eskin as Union Township Supervisor Roadmaster.
So I would like to make a motion to accept Dave Eskin's resignation as Union Township Supervisor and Roadmaster. As he has put in his resignation letter, he wanted to resign as of that day.
There ain't gonna be no second.
Are there any seconds? Okay, motion dies.
Free Dave Eskin.
Moving to
Dave
items-
can't resign.
Moving to item number 2. Approve, deny removing Dave Eskin from all bank accounts as signatory.
Has that not already been done?
I'd like to make a motion to approve removing Dave Eskin from all bank accounts as signatory.
I'll second that motion.
Dare motion, Boston second, is there any discussion?
One, you have not accepted Mr. Eskin's resignation, therefore he is still at the Union Township Supervisor. You are basically doing to him what he did to me, which is making a motion to deny him being a signatory on the accounts.
Right.
Now, he's either a supervisor or he's not a supervisor, but as it's been made well aware earlier in this meeting, you've already taken him off, so it's preposterous to
taken him
make
off?
the motion.
Who took him off?
Somebody took him off.
We told you to took them off.
Well, that's,
You keep asking who.
why would the gentleman from the bank even know he resigned? Somebody had to tell the guy from the bank that Dave resigned,
did.
take him off the
Please,
accounts.
please. The hostility has to lower.
So you're saying that you told him that Dave resigned, but you never told him to take him off the accounts? It was just
I
a.
told him that Mr. Eskin, one of our supervisors, handed me his notice of resignation. He had to redo the cards to add you anyhow, so he did it in all one fell
They
swoop.
didn't accept
Day
it,
off,
so
added
he's
you
still a
on.
supervisor.
But wait a second. Supposedly the cards were done prior to his resignation. That's what Rick just said. The cards were done with my name on it prior to Dave's resignation.
No, there were 2 sets done. One was done without your name, and they were delivered to me on a Thursday afternoon at like 3 o'clock. And then when you presented yourself to the bank on Friday.
I never went to the bank. Never went.
Well, then
Michelle,
where
you
they get
stood right
your
there and told me
information?
you went to the bank Friday.
I didn't say
The
I went to
last
the bank.
meeting you said that.
Yeah, you did. You went to Brentwood Bank on Friday afternoon.
I
right before
said
they
that I had a
closed.
scheduled appointment with them, but supposedly he came down here with cards without my name on it, even though he knew I was gonna go over there. I ended up calling his boss, who did it over the phone. But in the last meeting, you said you had that thing in your hand for me to sign that night.
I was told
But
you-
Dave's resignation only came in that day.
I was told you presented yourself at the bank on Friday afternoon before the end of the
You must
day.
have been told by him,
And,
because it wasn't by me.
okay, I'm a liar then.
I
Okay,
just
so-
said it wasn't by me.
I saw the card.
So, okay,
So,
so.
the bank came and they made cards without Hal Grinding on, without Michelle Dupree on. Then they came back and they added Michelle Dupree on. Then they came back and left Michelle Dupree on, but take Dave Eskin
No,
on.
they took Dave off and put you on at the same time because you presented yourself, your documents to the bank.
And that was prior to the last meeting, correct? You had those, but we didn't even have Dave on a agenda yet we were told that Dave only resigned on that Monday.
What?
Right?
No, Dave gave me his resignation Tuesday morning. It was on the
And
agenda.
Wednesday on the afternoon, you had, signature cards without Dave's name on.
No, I told him Tuesday. When I got the resignation letter, he delivered them to me on Wednesday afternoon before the meeting.
Okay.
You know what, I cannot do this.
Okay, so everybody's aware on the board, when a new supervisor comes in, or Dave Eskin, which I don't think Dave's coming back, but if he does, or if a new supervisor comes in, we're gonna have to do this all over again. The signature cards, just so everybody's aware. Anytime there's a transaction or a change, the bank cards will need re-signed again.
Ms.
So-
Chairman, if you don't believe Dave's coming back, why are you guys not approving his resignation?
Because Attorney Sweat gave us advice on 45 days, and I'm following the attorney's advice.
Mr. Sweat, I saw in your bill that you researched that advice. Could you tell me what board member authorized you to research that?
I didn't need authority to.
So you just researched it,
It
nobody's really
came up, it
interested
was
in it?
discussed, and I
So
knew
you're
that I-
advising the board not to do it? Not to?
No, I indicated to the board, the second-class township code reads, once a letter of resignation is submitted, they have 45 days to accept it. If they don't act within 45 days, it's automatically accepted. They then have 30 days to decide on filling that vacancy before it goes to the vacancy board. So it's a 45-day, 30-day rule.
So you're not necessarily advising the board to do that, you're just letting them know the law?
I let them know what the law says in terms of the action they need to take.
Okay, so is there any more discussion on item number 2?
We didn't do roll call, Heather.
Well, I think we're still discussing. We did
Okay.
a motion and a second.
Okay.
Any more action or any more discussion on item number 2 to remove Dave Eskin from all bank accounts? Dare motion, track second. Any more discussion? Roll call, please. I'm sorry?
No, Rick seconded that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Lawson seconded that. Roll call, please.
Mr. Trax?
Yes.
Ms. Dare?
Yes.
Mr. Creek?
No, Mr. Eskin is still a supervisor.
Mr. Lawson?
Yes.
Item number 3, approve denied fireworks display on Friday, July 22nd, 2022 by Finleyville Volunteer Fire Department. Fireworks display to be launched by especially right now, Pyrotechnico Fireworks. See letter dated May 22nd, 2022 from Douglas Detig, Carnival Chairman.
I'll make a motion to accept the Finleyville Fire Department's fireworks display.
I'll second. Lawson motion, Dare second. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Creek?
Yes.
Mr. Trax?
Yes.
Ms. Dare?
Yes.
Mr. Lawson?
Yes.
Item 4, approve denied Plavchek Construction Company payment application number 1 for the Alrena Central Park Phase 1, Contract Number 3, Electric Contractor. This payment application amounted to $31,160.
Make a motion to pay Pavlicek Construction Company $31,160 for contract number 3.
I'll second.
Okay, Lawson motion, Track second. Any discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Dupree?
Nope.
Mr. Trax?
Yes.
Ms. Dare?
Yes.
Mr. Lawson?
Yes.
Item number 5, approve denied payment of Trident check in the amount of $1,344 as a deductible in the Kovach versus Union Township et al. I'd like Attorney Sweat, because this was such a deep discussion on this. I have concerns about voting on this based on the fact that this EEOC complaint named my husband,
As well as me.
as well as Rick Lawson.
I don't think there's any problem with you voting. This is an insurance contract that requires that we pay the deductible first on claims. We were defended by Trident in the EEOC complaint that was filed and in the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission complaint that was filed. Both were dismissed. This represents the legal fees of the Trident insurance lawyer. And I believe at the time under this claim, our deductible was $5,000. So the first $5,000 of any damage or attorney fee is to be paid by the township. So it's not as if that bill can be contested.
Okay,
That
so-
would affect or impact our insurance coverages.
So you're telling us that Rick and I have no conflict?
No conflict
And you can
whatsoever.
tell the residents who don't come consistently that that case was dismissed?
Both claims.
Both claims.
EEOC and PHRC.
And this is part of what I would like to add to the record as we go on for the residents who are asking about the bills and why we're involved in these things.
I'll make a motion to approve Trident invoice for $1,344.
I'll second.
Lawson motion, Track second, to pay the Trident check in the amount of $1,344 for the deductible in the Kovach versus Union Township et al. Any discussion? Roll call.
I have discussion. I'm looking for that Union Township et al. Is it for the case of Richard Kovach versus Richard Lawson, Kevin Dare, Union Township, and Peters Creek Sanitary? Is that the et al.? Because I have paperwork for Richard Kovach versus Richard Lawson, Kevin Dare, Union Township, and Peters Creek Sanitary. But I don't have paperwork for Union Township et al.
So that was a good opportunity to get everybody's names out there again.
That would be how the claim was captioned by Mr. Kovach.
So for the purposes of tonight's agenda, ladies, could you please tell us why you captioned it et al.? Ms. Dupree has a question. She wanted everybody's names in there.
You already said that it was your husband and him.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Bobby.
The documents were distributed to all of the supervisors, but just for reason of
For brevity.
making it short, we put et al., which is
Okay.
a habit of mine.
Did anybody here ask you to do that?
No,
Just saying.
that's just me.
Okay. Alrighty, any other discussion?
So is that a yes? Same one?
Yes, same one.
Thank you.
Okay, roll call please.
Mr. Lawson?
Yes.
Ms. Dupree?
Nope.
Mr. Trax?
Yes.
Ms. Dare?
Yes. Okay, discuss ambulance service in Union Township. So I'm going to, I have a lot of questions and comments, but I see that Ms. Dupree added this, she wants an execution of a motion tonight regarding an EMS service. So I'm going to let Ms. Dupree lead this discussion.
So anyway, Miss Gladys gave a Teams packet to all of us about the history of EMS over the last few years. She wanted to go back to the email. So I asked her to also add on the request from Tanner Schmida to start an ambulance service in the community and to work on the graft of donations through the right to know process that apparently board before I was on here or whatever did. Because it didn't have the same figures that I had. So then, I'm looking for the original email, but I had told her that I feel that we need to put this to rest. It has been going on for a couple of years now. The first meeting that I came back to was July 8th, 2020. And there was Mr. Tanner Schmida making a presentation to start an ambulance service in this community. There was a couple of workshops, there was a couple of hiring consultants using township money to research EMS, the way it's being run. Every report came back well, said that we weren't really supporting them enough, weren't supporting their subscription program enough, and the amount of money, as the gentleman at the podium tonight said, that it's getting harder and harder for EMS services to be able to operate. So I wanted to put it to rest. I would like to make a full commitment to Serums or someone else to stop it. Like the amount of money on meetings, on workshops, on advertising workshops, on consultants could have just went to save lives. And as this board knows, and some of the audience members know, I was saying that last September. Like the amount of money that we spend that could go to emergency services, fire, police, and EMS instead of doing consultants to show them more support to stop these workshops, these votes, stop getting everybody so upset, make a decision, and let's be done with it. Rather than maybe in another 3 months we revisit it again. Because it seems to be that it has been every few months we revisit looking at Serums again. If it's going to be Serums, if it's going to be this company, First Response Medical, we just need to make a commitment to somebody and stick with it. Because it's very upsetting from what the experience that I'm getting and the feedback I'm getting from the residents. It is getting very upsetting, the constant wondering, that they feel that they don't know if they're going to have an ambulance service or not.
Truth.
So I told Terry that I felt that we had gotten all of the information we possibly can on this subject in 2.5 years, and that it just needed to end.
Permission to speak to the board?
Yes, please.
Okay, so a couple things for the residents who I know are interested in this and don't come all the time. I could see wonderment in your face on what's going on. I want to speak to just a statement that Mr. Pree made about the money that we're spending, Tanner Schmida. $400,000 went to a building that's attached to this building. It was all your tax money, and when it was built to house Jefferson Hills Ambulance, $400,000.
It was a grant. It was a
I have
grant.
the floor, and I'm speaking.
Then don't lie. It was a grant.
Tell the truth, Heather.
They
It was
were there.
local
They
supply.
did
You
it.
on public comments,
It was
respect us.
local
She's lying.
supply.
Okay,
Tell the
so
truth.
Tell the truth.
Bobby,
Sit
I
up
need
there
a
and tell the
court
truth.
record of this tape tonight, and
You
Bob-
take the record.
The professional.
You prove
since
that that was
I'm-
grant money?
Can you speak,
Yes.
please,
Can they
Terry?
sue me for that?
Thank you.
It was local slot
Go ahead, Terry.
Thank you.
allocation that we saved.
Local sheriff, could you explain what grant money is and
Yeah.
explain to the taxpayers?
So, in my conversations, and I have documents of this, and this was provided in the board package of part of the information we gathered, that the local share account money, LSA money, is part of the revenue that's generated by the state through our gambling. That money is not grant funding that you have to apply for separate. You can apply for additional LSA grants. But the portion of the money that I could track down, according to Mr. Frank Palermo, our CPA, that was part of the standard allotment that the township got. They may have saved it for several years. I can't speak to that. That's the impression that Frank did give me. That is true. But it wasn't an extra grant funding. It was part of the standard allotment. Now, LSA money, according to Frank Palermo, our CPA, our expert on the matter, can go to a variety of things such as sewage, roads, items like that. So it wasn't a specific ambulance-only grant that was received.
It was tax money, was my point.
It is not tax money.
It's casino funding.
Taxpayer money.
It is casino money. That is not taxpayer money.
It is not taxpayer money.
Terry, go ahead, please.
So the LSA funding comes from taxes that are received from gambling in the state of Pennsylvania. It's a state tax.
And not
on
Union
gambling.
Grant given money is taxes.
I don't go
It
to
doesn't fall from the sky.
It's
If
none of
they
my
get you
money.
grant, it
So,
came from taxes.
so there would be a multitude of ideas.
Correct.
There would be a
But I mean,
multitude.
any grant. is
Yeah,
tax.
any grant,
Any
any
grant.
state money does, Ms. Duper is
The
correct,
difference
come
between
from.
grant and taxes.
So
any
to
grant,
say
the federal
splitting
grant,
hairs.
Yeah, it came from state tax money.
Okay, so
grant money.
so the building was built, this Serums has respectively told us there was not enough call volume and they left. There were some other things that happened in between, and I would like that all to be put on the Facebook pages and in the minutes. The record of what you've done, could you do that report you're speaking of? Also, I wanted to let the public know that Tanner Smeda did request to come here. No one called him and asked him to come. He's a resident. He's a very, very nice man. He's a medical student. He was born and raised here. He called the township and said, I want to be put on the agenda. I have an idea to increase response time. And we entertained that. And that's our right to do that. It's our duty to do that. If anyone had an idea that's a public member and they wanted to present it to the board, it's our duty to entertain that. And that's what we did. The workshops that we have are not that costly. We do pay the township staff to stay. We do advertise it. But if there's a resident that wants to put a workshop on, again, that's what our duty is to do, is to listen and hear. And that's what we did. And I don't regret doing that at all. In fact, after that, Mr. Smeda did his presentation, what was born out of that was Paul's point. He came back and he redirected some of his thoughts on response time because he's a medical student in cardiac thoracic care, and that's something very close to his heart, is saving people and he knows, when he explained in many meetings here, that in cardiac emergencies, response time is of the utmost importance. So he came back and he presented that idea, which is really taking off. And Terry could speak to that. Maybe we can talk about that at an additional meeting. You can give the board and the residents an update on Paul's point, what's happening there. So in addition, that kind of subsided. We had those meetings, but what happened was that Serums came into the township in the fall, and they changed their model, and they're requesting from the Board of Supervisors a service fee. It's different than a donation. And we went through this to the public in many meetings, and Terry's gonna post all of that stuff, all of the official documents online so everybody can review these. Union Township has consistently, not just this board, but past boards, given Serums every year $1,000 donation. So to say that this board...
That's a deal.
Terry, can you post all that online?
Absolutely.
So in our board skipped 2 years of giving $1,000, but on the third year we gave a $3,000 donation. So you can say that consistently we have matched dollar for dollar what has always been given. Now in Union Township in the prior years, back in 2000s, when the township was financially insolvent, those years they didn't donate because there was no money there. When the police department was disbanded, there was no money, so there was no donations because we went back and looked in all the QuickBooks. So consistently, Union Township has been giving $1,000 a year, average. So this year, Serums presented to the board, they are now requesting $30,000. So it's our due diligence. It was during budget time in 2021. So that was roughly, what, 6 months ago, 7 months ago, maybe a little bit longer. The board at the time, we wanted to look into it. We thought that was a large amount, and we wanted to make sure we did it properly. So we instructed Ms. Gladys to investigate, look over the fence. What are other townships using? How do they? And not everyone is using SERMs. No, that we did a really good study, and we educated ourselves on what's happening in the communities around us. And one thing I'm confused on is this motion that was put here by Ms. Dupree, it negates the conversation we had with Peters Township Ambulance. I mean, we had that conversation here, and we wanted to learn how are they serving the borough of Finleyville? What is their revenue stream? Do they require a donation or a service fee per head? This is investigation that we have the right to do. We have the duty, which goes back to the political comment that Ms. Evans-Borns is stating, and I have that recorded.
I didn't say it, you did.
So I did say it, and in the
Yes.
second class township code, we have a duty, a fiduciary duty for the health, safety, and welfare, and to watch the finances here. And I think it's perfectly reasonable for the board to investigate and look over the fence to see what other townships are doing, what their response time is, what their donations are, and what their service fees are, because this is new to the township.
So
$30,000 represents a 3,000% increase in what we're paying.
So before
May I finish,
Sure.
please?
Well, it's long.
I guess I'm talking too long.
Well, you started with Tanner Schmida, and then you got all the way over to Linda Evans-Born.
No one else talks long here, I know.
Could we
Well,
include the?
Speaking of
This is
emails,
the
there is an
board's
email
discussion.
dated June 17th, 2020, from Heather Dare to Linda Roach. Please look for an email from Tanner Schmida. He's a resident of the township who is a research fellow at the University of Pittsburgh and a paramedic. He has an idea for an advanced life support vehicle and he would like to share with the board. Please add him to the agenda.
Yes.
Is he a paramedic? No? He's not a paramedic? Okay.
He is a paramedic. He's a,
2000.
No, he is not a paramedic.
okay, he works for an ambulance service.
Okay, so he would like
Okay.
$125,000 in some insurance. He works for an ambulance service. He's gonna start his own.
What
So
did the
I'm
consultant
not here.
recommend?
It was not a waste of money. It was not a waste of
So,
money.
Mr.
Well worth it.
Smita had a right to come and present, and he did a wonderful job presenting, and he opened our eyes up to some facts, and I understand you disagree, and that's fine.
Was it what is it, Mr. Schmida's idea to then also hire a consultant?
So the board then hired a consultant, and I believe the cost was $1,500.
And then we have another workshop, $600 for advertising.
So, yes, we probably spent several $1,000s to do our due diligence, and now we're faced with the question on a $30,000 service fee. And I think that this agenda item that was put down here was not consistent with what the board talked about, because we also talked to Peters Township Ambulance, and I believe you had a meeting, we didn't have a workshop with them. Is that correct, or we did? I
We
can't remember.
did not have a workshop.
Okay. So,
Are they interested, Terry?
Yes,
Peters Township's interested.
yes, that's correct.
But not the whole township.
Yeah, there was a
Oh.
couple of.
Remember that? Not the whole township.
I updated to the board, there was a couple of stipulations with them that
So
was.
we can't cover the whole township.
okay, so the board, do you have any other comments or questions from everyone?
No, you're good.
I have a few other, but I want to see what else everybody has researched or thought came to.
I just can't understand why the public, when we bring in company X at a workshop to pick their brain, that you guys turn it around, that's who we're hiring. We're bringing them in to pick their brain, to see what they're giving us, so we can compare to what is being proposed by Southwestern. Why the attitude that we're changing, we're picking brains? $30,000 is a lot of money.
Rick,
We're
you couldn't even
going
come to
to
the workshop.
workshop.
Why couldn't you research him?
I'm speaking. $30,000 is a lot of money for that with the increase. The budget was made. What we're doing, it's good business.
No,
You just gather.
It's bad business.
You weren't even at your job. You guys run. You couldn't survive working for yourself. You don't understand.
I've been going for 25 years.
So-
I have 3 companies.
Okay, we have to gain control. We're trying to
And the
legislate here.
public doesn't want to change.
Okay, so we
You
heard
serve
all the
the
comment.
public.
It's our turn to legislate. There is
And if we want to talk about
Okay,
thousands
so
of
back to-
percentage
back to
dollars,
some of
how much
what
has
we're
the
talking about.
solicitor bill gone up?
Would you please let us legislate?
100,000%.
Would you please let us legislate? So, we talk about costs. The 3,000% increase is an
Yeah,
exorbitant increase.
100,000%
No one
for
ever said that
solicitors.
CERMS wasn't doing a good job. We've never said that.
What
We
do
are
you
doing
then
more
vote
detail-
to keep them tonight? Do what your
The
constituents
hostility in
want.
the room is.
It's not
is-
hostility.
The hostility and
It's
the
pleading
disruptions
for
in the
good
room,
health
please
care.
note that. I just, please note this for the record, that I'm very distraught. The hostility and the disruption.
We're very
are
distraught.
being-
We're very distraught.
Please note that for
We're very distraught here. We could lose our ambulance service.
Okay, so to the residents who are watching, I've had these questions. No one ever talked about interrupting an ambulance service. We're looking around to see what is out there.
Have you
and how-
paid the bill?
How?
Have you paid the bill? Have you been paid?
Please stop disrupting the meeting.
Have you been paid?
You can ask her out. She's interfering with a legislative meeting. She's been warned multiple times.
Let her talk.
Okay, Miss Gladys. Do you have available to put the chart of the donations that have come in from all the municipalities so the public can see what Union Township has donated and what the other townships have donated?
I'll need a moment to bring it up, but I can.
Okay, and while you're doing that, I can speak to the donation request. I believe, and Miss Gladys is going to show this on the screen, that Union Township is one of the only communities that complied with the service fee for CERMS and has gone forward and made a payment. And Mr. Pasco, can you please answer that?
Yes. We let the community decide how they want to pay. You're the only community that has wanted to do.
Did everybody hear that?
Let him finish.
Did everybody hear
Let him
that?
finish.
We are the only community that donated with this service fee to date. Mr. Pasco, thank you for being candid.
She has to over the only day. You chose monthly.
Well, what I'm saying is, they're the only ones, they don't want to wait until their money comes in October.
Okay, so Mr. Medeiros, is that correct with your thoughts?
I'm sorry?
I am asking Jonathan Medeiros.
What's that?
Was that correct with what you know to be true?
I just know that you've only made 2 payments.
But nobody else has made any payments, correct?
Have they made any commitments to you?
To this,
So you're just paying at a different time, but they've committed,
Everyone,
where we have not
everyone,
committed.
every other
So-
municipality has committed to.
But we have not, basically,
Not yet.
committed. No.
Hopefully, we're-
So everybody else is committed, and Union Township has not committed.
But we
So
were the
Union
only
Township
community
gave
that
you a
has
month
paid
of check.
prorated at least a first quarter payment to you. Okay, that's all I wanted. Thank you for the candid answer.
2 months, not a first quarter, 2 months.
Okay, so.
2 months, January and February. But
So
we've
is
given you
that-
no commitment.
Received the detailed agreement.
So if I may, so I called PSATs, well, maybe someone else has called PSATs, and I'll defer to the other supervisors. Has anybody done any research with PSATs or the state on contracts with the ambulance service and how to handle them? Mr. Free, I'll let you speak on that since you seem to be.
Yeah, you're the one that brought the subject up. I
Well, no,
wasn't
you're ready
prepared.
to
I wasn't
vote
quite
tonight.
prepared.
Please, I'll allow you to speak. What we need to
Oh,
do
no,
as a
please, you don't
municipality.
allow anyone to speak for the 25 minutes of your triangulation shit. I didn't ask to speak, Chairman.
No,
Go ahead.
you did put on the agenda to approve, deny, so what does the board need to do in order to execute an agreement with CERMS based on their service fee?
CERMS isn't even listed on the agenda. It says, prove it denied changing EMS service to first responder. So what are you talking about?
So who are we changing? What was your idea in this motion?
So, to approve or deny changing to him.
Okay, so if that would be executed, what needs done? with the current ambulance service and the service fee that's been suggested? Do you have any idea? Have you looked into it?
Well, you said you have some research, I'll listen to
No,
yours.
I'm actually,
I'll
because
listen to yours.
you were anxious to put this on here for an approved tonight, so I'm deferring to you because we have to settle this
You're the one
tonight.
who brought the topic up, go ahead. You speak
So
for the last
obviously she
25
doesn't
minutes.
know.
Okay. So first of all, I'd like to ask Attorney Sway.
How's that treasurer position? You know where the bills are? Because you have the Gary's?
You want the treasurer's position, you can have it, girl.
No, we should get an actual qualified treasurer. And then we won't have to send the bills over to Gary's office.
So, so for the public's knowledge, and with the documents that Ms. Gladys will be uploading, hopefully to Facebook if the board agrees with that, so that the public can look at all of what we're talking about tonight and have them at their fingertips.
So is this?
I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms.
PowerPoint
Dupre.
presentation too? No, she just asked me to put the, right to know request up.
We saw that a bunch of different times already, didn't we?
Yeah, come on.
I mean, we got a 3-page agenda, we're doing PowerPoint now?
Ridiculous.
So when CERMS was occupying the building from the former board, that the building was built, and again, Mr. Pasco, this isn't negative to you. You've done a wonderful job here. There's a job that we have to do, and there's due diligence that has to happen. And this, unfortunately, this issue has been politicized to the point where we're disabled from doing our job. And it's unfortunate, and I think you're caught in the crosshairs. That's what I believe.
Did the other communities do this to you when you asked for the donations? Did they do this to you?
No, but, well, one thing which you know that is that Union Township lacked a board representative for a while. So a lot of these discussions were had with municipal leaders, 2 municipal leaders in the serums. So it definitely wasn't a surprise. But no, I met with every single community. All we're waiting for right now is we had to hire an independent firm to write the contract, like a professional, a law firm that specializes in this kind of thing, and that basically we're responsible for all this, you're responsible for all this, whatever. And I was hoping to have that by next week's meeting for our EMS. I reached out to her last week and it's still not ready.
So you're saying that in order to execute this service fee, it's recommended by your, or an attorney that you're working with, to have a contract with points of interest that, expectations from both companies. Am I hearing that correctly?
Yes.
And that's exactly right.
So you did your
That's,
due diligence.
you did your due diligence, that's what this board has not, that's what we're trying to do. And in attempting to do that, we are being discredited, maligned, lied about, intimidated, and bullied.
And your
it
other
is- and
communities have
harassed.
agreed to it, not even knowing that. If you told them,
Yeah, they've all been part of the discussions, like,
they don't agree to it and they don't even know what they're gonna agree to.
because that was all discussed in our board, it was all discussed in our board meetings, Rick, like, they're the mayors, the council people, this is the only community that doesn't have a voting
But Mr.
member
Pasco,
on our board.
with all due respect, even though we don't have a voting board member,
Right.
it didn't preclude you from having the conversation or calling Bobby or sending an email to say that there's a contract, there's an interest in having something in writing. As part of your ongoing discussions, we're looking into this. Let's just talk honestly. That could happen, correct?
Yeah, it could happen.
If you could send an email, you know we don't have board representatives, and we have reasons for that. We've discussed this in length here, that we are involved in multitudes of costly litigation that you all and we are paying for. That's, you're going to get to know, and I can't wait for that day. I can't wait for that day. But because of that, it's preventing us from making snap decisions. These things need to be thoroughly analyzed and done correctly to prevent further liability. So, with that said, I know Ms. Dupree was anxious to vote on this tonight, but it seems like she's unaware of all the steps that need to be taken. So I talked to PSEP.
I would like to say I too cannot wait for the day, because looking at the amount of these attorney fees, I sure hope that day comes soon. I hope that day comes soon, because we are about to approve almost $40,000 worth of attorney fees that are outstanding from last September,
Let's stay
October,
focused on
November.
the subject.
Well, she brought it up. She brought up the
PSATs.
lawsuits. I do, I agree.
PSATs.
I agree.
So I spoke to the attorney at PSATs. We're a member, any supervisor can call and get advice. I called and I asked, what are the duties in a contract with a service fee with an ambulance company? And the attorney from PSAT said, well, I'm an attorney, so contracts are good. Of course, I'm always going to recommend contracts. And that was perfect advice because Attorney Sweat did the same thing for this board in 2017. And Doug, you can attest to that. When the bay was built for you all, which you've told us that you didn't ask for that bay to be built. Former supervisors built the bay hoping that you guys could man it 24/7 for response time reasons. Are we?
Yes.
Is that correct? Thank you for saying that. So when that happened, there was no contractual arrangement done between the prior board and SERMS. That was of a great concern to this board.
Liability.
Liability. And
There's a resolution right here.
Okay, there was no contract with the former board and SERMS. That was a huge concern for this board. Because you can't run a business without a formal legalized contract. So one of the first things we did was had a workshop with our board in these public meetings, had Attorney Sweat draft something, shot it over to SERMS. Yes, we asked for $1,000. And I understand that was an offense. I apologize, okay? When we asked for it, we knew that you all were paying rent to El Rama. And we understood from the firemen in El Rama that they were hurt because they lost that rent revenue. And I could be wrong, but I think I heard that it was a dip in the funds there. I don't know if you want to speak to that, Lenny?
I never said that.
Okay,
I don't
well.
know who did, but.
Okay, so, but just to, I mean, it's in the minutes, you were paying rent down there. We did ask for here. We probably asked for too much. You said you guys were recoiled from that. We understood that. And we immediately drafted a contract which needed to happen for $1 a month. It was probably, I'm sorry, $1 a year. So we understood that and there was no problems there. Other than Tanner Smeda came in, and we do hear from residents on response time. You probably hear that, Doug. I don't know. I mean, you do hear that in different communities?
I don't know any ambulance service that does it.
Exactly. Well, that's it. That's right. And residents, this is good. This is a good exercise. You have to have workshops so the residents understand the trials and tribulations of your company and what we have to do as supervisors. So, with that said, we did have a contract, but that contract is now, and Gary, you can speak to that, it's null and void after SERMS left the building. That $1 a month, years ago.
Could
So
this,
they
could
left.
this board have reached out to you the way that you could have reached out to them? I mean, like, when you got that $1,000 a month and you recoiled, could this board have reached out to you and talked to you the way that they just stated that you could to them?
Of course. I mean,
Assumingly, right?
communications is a
Assumingly, they
two-way.
could have reached out to you and worked with you and talked to you.
Well, we did work with the ambulance. They stayed our ambulance provider till this day.
And they signed a contract for $1 a year.
Yeah.
They
So
did leave
work it out.
they did leave the bed.
They did, but that was on their own accord because they couldn't man this 24/7 because there's not enough call volume in Union Township. Am I right, Mr. Pasco?
You're correct.
24/7.
Okay, that is the issue. 24/7 coverage can't happen here, and that's been our struggle because we have residents requiring, or at least coming to ask the question, what about response time? What about my parents? What about my child? What about me? Those are legitimate questions. We don't have that professional acumen to answer that. What we did was we immediately hired a consultant because none of us here are in this field. You're the experts. The best way, if you have one party who's asking and another party who's, obviously you're in opposition, you're our service provider. You're not jumping up and down at a change. I mean, that stands to reason. We hired a consultant to come in and mediate the situation. It was $1,500. We had consultant contracts for $10,000.
Did we not also have a few workshops? a
We
few
did.
workshops,
Workshops,
advertised workshops where we didn't even invite the EMTs. the
No, an
ambulance service?
advertisement is an invitation. An
It
advertisement-
does an invitation to your service provider.
Okay.
That's an invitation to your
So-
service provider. Did you, so the gentleman from First Responders just spread the ad for the meeting.
So anyway, I'm glad you're here tonight, Mr. Pasco, and a couple things. Gary, according to the PSAT's attorney, I asked the question, because this is new to the township, and it's a service fee of $30,000, and let's put it on the table to the staff, the public, it's a 3,000% increase. It's a big ask. It's not something that should be taken lightly, and that we have not done. We are committed to looking at
What
all
was
of
the
the
date of the
angles.
request? What was the first date that you requested?
October, I believe, last year.
So we are looking into that since October.
So,
Okay,
and I have
looking
an
into
answer
it.
for that. I do. That's a good question. In October, and board, stop me at any point. During the fall period, we had major distress. We have been sued in federal and state courts. And there's been, and I know, please, let me finish. There's been dismissals in all three of, or both of those lawsuits, several dismissals, correct, Gary? And there's appeals being filed that we have to defend. We were receiving bills coming in during that period, exorbitant amount of bills that keep us up at night. When you're sued in court, you can't just run away. The ask in the federal lawsuit was close to $6 million.
I would like to state that the bill paid tonight has very little to do with the federal lawsuit. The 40 something, it does,
So
it's
when-
on there,
so when
but
we
it's
were
not in
talking-
comparison to the other litigations that are going on.
Again, the federal lawsuit, the ask was close to $6 million. It's still pending in court, it's in the appellate court. That's stressful to the township. The township had to defend that. It was a $6 million lawsuit. On top of that, we have other issues. We had a major storm, Storm Ida. Is that the storm? Is that the name of it? Do you all remember? It hit Union Township the hardest in the entire county. We had rainfall totals in a short period of time.
How much money was spent on that?
We had over 10 inches of rain in this amount of time. It leveled Cold Bluff Road. And I know Mr. Medeiros, I believe he's left, or maybe he's not there.
He headed out.
Okay, maybe you can tell him about that. I wanted to talk to him and explain all that to him. But that's why Cold Bluff is not done. Because it took off, we had done, the work was being done, the road was getting ready to be opened. Everything we did washed away in that Storm Ida. It set us back majorly. And we had some other things, I'll be short, but
I'd like to
that,
also point out that we have multiple attorneys on staff too. We have a right to know officer that's an attorney.
yes, we
A
do.
right to know officer.
We do.
He's an
The
attorney.
litigation is heavy, and you will learn soon what the detail. So the $30,000 request came with heavy weight on the board, and I know myself. I was interested in looking at everything to make sure that the decision was a good decision. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I don't think you can find a court to say anything's wrong with that. That's in our orange book. That's what we have to do. So moving on to the bidding process, Attorney Sweat. I called PSATs because this is a $30,000, again, service fee, one that Union Township has never seen before. Do we have to bid this? Now, I talked to
It's professional
It's
services.
a professional service.
You do not bid professional services.
So I talked to PSATs and I wanted to talk to the board to see if they were interested in checking with Gary on this. They had to get back to me. They said that they have never had this request, but they realized that the ambulance companies in Pennsylvania are moving and modeling over to service fees, which is new. It had always been run on donations. And Doug, is that correct? Was this new?
It's newer, yes. That we're here, and I'm not saying this I'm saying this with all due respect. $30,000 is nothing.
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't, what I'm saying
much
is
is
that
a
doesn't
life
even,
worth?
well, what I'm saying is that doesn't even cover my newest EMT in the door. Doesn't cover his or her salary
get
at all.
that.
So this is really a model. If you want a 24-hour ambulance service in here, I don't care who it is, whether it's this gentleman who's relying on a $900,000 stream from Nets, Peters Township said they can't do it, you're gonna commit at least to $250,000 to $300,000 a year to have a committed ambulance in here based on how much we get from billing. So this, I believe, is your best option because you're cost sharing with 8 other communities to get the total money we need to be ready for an emergency.
And I get that, but Doug, do you see the point of the board having to not just get your opinion on that as our current service provider?
But you did.
I would just ask you one question. Please don't, it is an embarrassment to me that you would compare us to a service that can't provide for you today. They're not ALS. They have 1 ambulance, 20-some years old. They have no employees. We dump 3, 4 ambulances in here anytime they need. Ask the police officer. He was on that
I don't
day.
think anybody
So what I'm
can
saying is, if we were talking about replacing us with a legitimate ALS proven service, I wouldn't even fight for it. I mean, I'd just say, if you don't like us, throw us out. But we have pride and we have stake in this game. I have family. I'm related to the Chaskers, but we have family in these communities, and I just can't even wrap my mind around why they even got a workshop when they don't meet the minimum requirements to do anything in any community.
I can find out without a workshop.
I
They
think-
don't show up to.
What I'm saying is,
Apparently we didn't get their credentials.
Well, no, what I would say is, that's right. I would say if you're gonna have a workshop and you wanna see about possibly replacing us, you should definitely, and you have 2 consultants, you should get their minimum requirements.
With what consultant?
Oh, I thought she said you had 2.
Who said?
I thought I heard that.
Oh, in the audience?
Yeah. I
No,
thought
we
there
had
was-
1 consultant.
Oh, okay.
And
But-
he said to support
So,
them.
I'm sorry, Mr. Pasco.
But yeah, no, I'm just saying, I mean, as long as, you're comparing apples to apples, that's all I'm saying, and that's all I'm asking.
And to Mr. Lawson's point, we don't know what we're comparing. We're not in this profession. We don't know. All we know is that it is hundreds of dollars.
You hired a
No,
consultant.
It takes
it's hundreds of dollars
just to
to
advertise a
hire,
workshop.
to have a consultant, or to have a workshop.
$1,500
It's our right to
hire a
have a
consultant.
workshop. We have to be informed. We have to know what we're talking about.
How much
And
time
that's
has
it.
the
So-
project manager spent on this and Mr. Sweat looking up and how much money?
Okay,
You
so
keep going.
going
It doesn't
back-
go to them.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Michelle, please. I have
How
been
much
talking.
longer are we gonna do this? We're gonna have another, every time some
Tanner Schmider rolls in the door. Every
Just
time
if you
one
could please
Tanner
wait.
Schmider rolls in the door and says he wants to start his own ambulance service, we're gonna entertain it, no matter how much it costs the taxpayers?
Mr. Creed, can I speak?
Yes.
To run an ambulance, just have one 24-hour crew, 24/7, costs about $500,000. Plain and simple. That money has to come from somewhere.
Okay, so back to the question on bidding. I know, Ms. Dupree, you want to be done. Do you have any other questions on the process for the fee of service? I don't want to jump in front of you.
that has to do with bidding.
The process for the ambulance company's request for a fee for service.
I thought you just said something about bidding before you said that.
I did.
Okay.
Well, you were talking. I wanted to make sure you asked your questions.
Well, I was still waiting for Mr. Sweat's answer on the bidding process.
Okay, so,
I don't know the answer to that. I believe that if something, or some entity is identified as a professional service, it's not bid.
okay.
But if PSATS senses a change and then they're gonna recommend it to be bid,
No,
that's
they
something I don't know.
didn't, but I just wanted to make sure that the board was doing things correctly.
Yeah.
If
I would still classify this as professional services.
Okay. The next question is, or the next comment from PSAT's attorney is, he said if this is done, the board, it's recommended that the board opens the budget up to add this as an item. Because it's a large fee to just do it without a budget modification might be a concern. And the second thing was an agreement. Just what Mr. Pasco said. what was recommended by PSATs is there has to be expectations on both sides of the table. You have to know what response times are, what the 30,000, I'm sorry, Miss Evans-Born?
No.
Do you want to wait till the end?
She would like to say what was on the agenda was to.
You're confusing us.
Talking about.
You're confusing us. You're talking about voting for them. What you have on the agenda is approve, deny, first response. You either are gonna bring him in or you're not.
She didn't on
We
the
are,
agenda.
we are number 7.
She didn't put it on the agenda.
Yeah, item number 6 is
I'm sorry,
discuss
item number
ambulance
6.
service in Union
Okay.
Township.
But you're discussing something that has nothing to do with what is on the agenda.
Discuss ambulance service in Union Township.
And approved, isn't there approved, denied?
That's number 7, ma'am, we're still on number 6.
But instead of talking about number 7, we're talking about.
Well, no, 6 comes before 7.
I get it, but 6 discussion item, you think it would have something to do with number 7. We keep talking about serums, but we're not talking about the item on the agenda, that's why they're confused.
What does he have to offer us?
Yeah.
Are we gonna talk about what he has to offer us?
Ma'am, could you let the board legislate? I don't know how else to, this is very
It's very
disorienting.
confusing. Very confusing.
Okay, so Gary, board, as far as an agreement, again, what Mr. Pasco said, these are highlights of what needs to be looked at before this board moves any
You're
further.
not ready to make a decision.
No, we have to have response times, what the money's being used for. It's been suggested accounting information, maybe on a monthly or quarterly basis. It was prefaced, a bunch of bullet points and a memo of understanding is something that is highly recommended. And I'm going to also read this, and Doug, this is from so I'm not trying to catch you off guard, but this is from the Elizabeth Township Board of Commissioners meeting, and I guess you were there, you were at all the townships, right around the same time we were here, to ask for money.
Okay.
Right, I mean, you correct me if I'm wrong, and I got this off of their minutes, but it says that you were there. Doug Pasco speaks on behalf of the MS. October 1st marked the 5-year anniversary of Elizabeth Township Jefferson Hills Ambulance merger. The main emergency medical services needs of Elizabeth Township is a consistent response time from the 911 Swissway station. He discusses meetings with executives of Southeast Regional and the board, I'm assuming a board of Elizabeth Township, to assist them by paying off the debt obligation for the Swissway station. I'm assuming that's the building?
Yes.
So you jointly own that in Elizabeth Township?
We own it.
You own
They
it, okay.
paid it off as part of the bartering for us keeping a crew there. They agreed to pay $850 a head instead of $5, and they gave us nearly $90,000 to pay that mortgage off.
Okay.
Over and above that.
So, and then you thank them for the commitment to SERMS in Elizabeth Township, and SERMS fully intends on keeping their obligation to Elizabeth Township, which includes a minimum of 1 ALS ambulance at the station 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I'm reading that, and I commend you and commend Elizabeth Township for being able to afford that. Because I think that's what our residents have always wanted here. And again, they're central to Elizabeth Township, and Jefferson Hills, I'm sure, has the same central location and response times. They probably feel very comfortable with the response times because you're located right there. So you understand our quandary in looking around, response times, location, these were all concerns. And I want other supervisors.
Do we have concerns with response times? I mean, does the audience have concerns
I
with
would
the
like to
response time
discuss
they've been
response
receiving?
times. So, I stated before that I work for Medical Rescue Team South. We are currently in a national study about response times. We do not look at response times as a number. We don't care if it takes us 30 seconds to get there or if it takes us 40 minutes to get there. We care about the response times to the calls that matter. The strokes, the heart attacks, the not breathings. That's what we care about. You broke your ankle, you're not gonna die. If it takes us 40 minutes to get there, it takes us 40 minutes to get there. Those are the response times we don't care about, and you have to pull that information out. I'm sure Chief Pasco can tell you his response times to cardiac arrest, respiratory distress, are gonna be within the national standard. Medical Rescue Team South, we cover We do 10,000 plus calls a year. We run 4 trucks at a time. I average 5 calls in 8 hours. We run. They run. They cover more land, we cover more people. We don't care about response times. We are part of this national study to reduce lights and sirens responses because it's more dangerous for everyone. So when we're talking response times, that's an antiquated number. It's an antiquated factor of choosing a service. You need to look at what that service offers to you, not a response time. If I broke my ankle, I could care less if you're there in 40 minutes, give me that medicine, take me to the hospital. But if I'm having a heart attack, I want you there in 5 minutes. I just wanted to,
Excellent comment. Excellent comment.
I just wanted to let you guys know that the way the data is driving is not response times.
And just so you know, Mr. Pritchard, the job, I'm sorry, did I say your name wrong?
Yeah, Picard.
Picard,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Mr. Picard. The duty here and what we hear from residents, they don't know that.
Right.
They just know response time, what are you doing here? And so it's our duty to educate us with our township.
Right.
Residents to understand better.
Right, and that's
that's
exactly-
all we've done here.
Yeah, that's exactly why I'm here. That's why I came to the workshop, to educate you guys. I'm not for or against. I prefer serums just because they have the volume of care that they can provide.
What do you think about Pulse Point?
Pulse Point, I work in a very suburban urban area. I've never had anyone respond to a Pulse Point.
Mr. Picard,
Yes.
since you seem to be so knowledgeable, do you know of any better option than the one we have right now
Currently,
for Union Township residents?
the only other option that would equate to serums would be Peters Township. However, I used to work at Peters Township, and I know they're not willing to do this.
Okay,
They don't
so
wanna
we
take
can
the
pretty
whole
much
community.
stop this
Yes.
process.
That is-
In your opinion,
Yes.
you believe that there is no better option than what we currently have?
At this point, you need to pay for your service, because I brought up State Report 6. If you read into that, you'll realize that the House of Representatives for Pennsylvania is actually trying to push a bill, one sponsored by an Allegheny County Democrat for the House of Representatives, making the communities actually fund EMS. So that bill is out there. Are we gonna get the support for it that we need? Probably not, because no one wants to pay us any money. Because, let's be honest, we're new to the emergency services. Police and fire have been around for years, for decades, hundreds of years. EMS is new. No one knows what we do because we're governed by HIPAA. We can't tell you that Jimmy across the street had a heart attack, but we brought him back to life. We can't tell you that because we're protected. We can't tell you anything about what we do, what we can do, because of privacy laws. But when you call 911, you need an ambulance, you're gonna get a paramedic and EMT with serums.
Right.
So if you have any questions, I am more than welcome to leave my cell phone number, my email address. You can reach out to me at any point, and I'd be more than happy to fill in some information. Okay?
Thank you. So along with the document that we're talking about, that Mr. Pasco realizes is something that needs to be looked at as well, the ones your attorneys are working, are you sending a draft to the communities? How are you?
So, what I was hoping, if it's done for next Thursday, it'll be presented at our board meeting next Thursday. We'll gather feedback from the municipal leaders. And then from there, I would assume it would go to each municipality, to their attorney. We are gonna have a different, one of the community attorneys look over it also, just to maybe identify some key concerns, so we're not bouncing these back and forth 50 times. But at the end of the day, Mr. Sweat would get it to review on your behalf, and everyone's appointed solicitor would receive it.
Thank you for saying that. Another question to the board is, there's a resolution with Jefferson Hills Jefferson Hills Township. And Doug could probably speak more to this, but they have a resolution allocating a portion of their real estate taxes to EMS.
Jefferson Hills Borough does, yes.
Okay, so is that just a flat rate that goes from the taxpayer?
It's a millage that goes to the borough, and then they send us that check on around November, and then they've agreed to give us a makeup check in December. So if they're it's $850 ahead of the OS, let's say $135,000 a year, I believe is where they're gonna be at, somewhere around there. We'll get about 70 in millage, and the rest will come from general funds.
Just peeking over the fence to see how they did it. Did they raise their millage rates on the taxpayer to fund
Not
that?
yet. They did not want to raise taxes last year, so it's general fund money.
Okay, but that's not sustain, I shouldn't say that. How do you sustain that, board? I mean, you're gonna have to look at that long-term. Or can I ask, is other communities looking at raising the residents' taxes to fund this?
I'm not aware of any ones that are. To be honest with you, I'm not aware that any of them are doing that. But I honestly haven't asked them all where they're coming up with the money. They just asked, when do you want it? And I said, well, they said most of them, almost all of them, want to wait until November when the majority of the tax money's in.
Mr. Pascal, may I ask a question? When you said that they didn't raise their taxes, you mean to make up the difference, or initially when they put that in?
Well, when they first put it in, they raised
That
tax, so
raised
it's
it.
right.
Right, so
Right.
that
But
millage-
since then, our millage has never been adjusted up.
Right, but they didn't take existing and shift it to you, they raised it to give you a portion, and then they're not raising it again that you know of to close the gap.
Correct. Only Jefferson. That's the only one I'm aware of.
Excellent, I just wanted to clarify,
So
thank you so
would
much.
the board be interested in having Terry research how much they raised the mills in Jefferson, just to see for a comparison's sake?
For comparison,
No, okay.
That'll take a phone call.
That's a phone call, I would think.
So after the workshop, I mentioned that because Medical Rescue Team South is a public authority, did anyone go on their website to actually look at their budget and how much the communities actually pay for EMS?
Yes, oh, no.
Did you?
I relied on the, we did a right to know. Is that what you mean for the,
No, so Medical Rescue Team South is a public authority.
Okay.
An authority, so we're a municipal government. We're governed by the communities we run. And on our website, there's actually a section where you can actually look at our budget because we are a government agency. And you can actually see how much our communities actually pay for our services.
right, okay, and you're in Allegheny County?
That is in Allegheny County.
Okay.
yes.
Okay,
But,
thank you.
but they're the closest organization other than the city of Pittsburgh that you will be able to find that type of information. We're equally the size of what Serums is.
Okay.
So our expenses are gonna be close to what their expenses are.
Have you seen that in townships in Allegheny County where they're raising millage rates to be able to pay?
I do know that every service in Allegheny County that is close to the South Hills, their communities all pay some portion of money to their ambulance.
Okay.
So you can look at Bethel Park for how much they pay in the tri-community. You can look at Mount Sinclair or South Park. You can look into Serums now that they're actually receiving money from their communities. Baldwin, EMS, and how much they're getting. So
Okay.
that you have to actually look at the municipal budgets to get that information.
Right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, so in the resolution at Jefferson Hills, they also talk about an ambulance tax account, and which they separate how much money is given per year. The distribution is in October. They also request from Serums an annual preparation of expenditures. Doug, is that correct? Do you do some type of an audit for them?
We give them all 990. That's what we give them. We give them our annual tax returns.
Okay. Thank you. So these are all things just, I think this is, it needs some more attention and conversation to make sure it's being done properly. Any other questions or thoughts?
That's very, very helpful there, what you're saying.
Okay, is everybody done with that discussion?
Number 6? Yes.
Okay. Item number 7, approved and I changing EMS service to first response medical service.
I would like to make a motion to deny changing EMS service to, first responders emergency, I'm sorry, I gotta get the whole name. Could somebody repeat the name for me? First response medical services. First response medical services.
Oh, boy. Let's see what they're gonna do for us, folks.
Please stop disrupting the meeting. Ms. Evans-Bourne, could you please stop disrupting our meeting? Okay, any seconds to Ms. or Supervisor Dupree's motion?
612 people, they don't care.
They don't care.
Okay, motion died.
Oh my God.
Disgusting.
So, this is a little bit out of line to the board, and everybody's kind of quiet here. And I would like to speak on what a direction I would like to see, but it's not on the agenda, because that's.
For 45 minutes about this.
So, does the board want to, I would like to add to the agenda, I'm not asking the board, this is me, I am interested in having further conversations with CERMS, but I am the board and Attorney Sweat on procedures and looking at this service fee.
I would like to keep in mind that Attorney Sweat's bill this month alone is $13,000. How many times are we going to have Mr. Sweat look into an ambulance service or write a contract for the ambulance service in the Bay, or have workshops with someone from Sweat Law Firm here talking to a consultant about hearings?
That's why you have a solicitor to look at contracts.
9 months? We're looking at $50,000 worth of attorney fees on tonight's bill pay. And we're talking about, once again, having Attorney Sweat work on this.
I don't think you were heading there. I think you were gonna ask me a question.
Yeah, I just, based on the conversation here this evening, do you think there needs to be some due diligence?
Oh, absolutely. I would recommend you table number 7. You don't approve or deny anything.
Okay, so,
Deny
You're not
now.
ready to
Deny
approve
first
the ceremony
response.
because you haven't seen the contract.
right.
That's-
And
It's not approving or denying serums, it's denying or approving first
First
response
response.
medical.
So what are you gonna do?
Okay, so in consistency, why didn't we have on the agenda approve, deny Peters Township? And the proposal.
Nobody asked to put it on.
Okay,
Because
so.
nobody asked to put it on.
I'd like
That was Dave and Terry's thing, I think.
So, I mean, Gary, do you suggest tabling, even though that's not on the
Why
agenda?
are you still considering someone who
Could you
doesn't
please
have
stop
an
disrupting
ALS
the
license?
meeting, Ms. Evans-Bourne?
They're gonna throw you out.
I don't remember what I was saying. Say again?
I would
You would recommend to
recommend a
me?
motion to table. You're not
Okay.
ready to decide.
I would like to make a motion to table the
First response, we
execution.
in limbo like Davis. Just leave them
To the board, I feel confident that it sounds like we're the only municipality that made an overture and a payment. I don't think Mr. Pasco is waiting for that second payment. He's given grace to the other communities to pay in the fall. We have not changed course. We have an EMS service here consistently right now. So I think we need to do due diligence with attorneys.
What does that have to do with a motion about that gentleman?
Nothing.
This place is wide open for that still.
We can bring it up
Any board, any
again.
other comments, questions? Okay, moving on to item 8. Approve, deny execution of the PAWC agreement. This agreement was created to protect the township sanitary force main during PAWC's construction operation during PAWC's Aldrich Water Treatment Plant project.
Just as a point of personal order,
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
I'll second the motion.
I'm the representative for West Elizabeth Plant where this is running
So,
through. Could I receive a copy?
Please stop. Gosh.
As the representative for West
Motion by
Elizabeth.
Dare, motion by Dare, seconded by Supervisor Lawson to,
Approve the PAWC's agreement.
Hold on a second.
okay, any discussion? Not discussion with the public. This is discussion between a board.
I can do what I want. I mean, you've talked to the public back and forth for like an hour.
All I'm
Mr.
asking
Wilson, I know
is
that you're
two
the
simple
representative
questions.
for
You lost your audience.
I don't care. I'm not looking for an
I know
audience.
that you are the representative for.
I'm the representative to West Elizabeth Sanitary
What was your
Authority.
request?
This agreement affects West Elizabeth Sanitary Authority. I would make a simple request that I receive a copy of that agreement. That is not an unreasonable request, is it, Mr. Sweat?
Okay, any deliberation of the board?
Hold on a second. I would like to put in there, we were denying it without our representative seeing it as an issue. I was gonna make it contingent upon something, but it's almost.
Excuse me, are you talking about item number 8?
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
I'm Supervisor Dupree. I'm unsure what that has to do with WISA.
Is the force main not the one running along the river, running to the West Elizabeth Sanitary Treatment Plant?
That force main runs to Jefferson Hills Borough. It
Which
goes
is
into their collection system,
correct
and then they pump it
to West Elizabeth Sanitary Authority. Since West Elizabeth Sanitary Authority receives that, I'm sure that they would have an interest in seeing a protection of that force main.
That's the township's force main.
It can be the townships all they want. It's still going to West Elizabeth. They tell you they're turning off the tap, they're turning off the tap.
So it's protecting the
Union Township
infrastructure.
own the force main?
Yes.
It's protecting the infrastructure that we own.
That's right. I just want to see a contract of it.
Oh, that's no
That's
problem.
all.
Yeah, no problem.
That's all I asked.
Yes, solicitor Sweat confirmed that was absolutely reasonable.
Okay, any other deliberation from the board?
How are we gonna get them the copy? That'll be the next thing.
Any other deliberation?
We need to submit an address and that, who you want us to submit it to.
Me? They have my address.
Well, would you like to give your information to me so I can get it? to
Oh, I
you
can give
directly?
that to you also.
Stop before you do, please.
Okay, any other deliberation? Roll call, please.
Mr. Dupree?
Yes.
Mr. Trax?
Yes.
Ms. Dare?
Yes.
Mr. Lawson?
Yes.
Number 9, approve deny Union Township's payment to Frank Server to attend CDL classes for his CDL license. I'd like to make a motion to approve Union Township's payment to Frank Server to attend CDL classes.
You don't need a CDL.
I'll second that motion.
We don't need a CDL.
Okay, Dare motion, Mr. Lawson second. Is there any discussion?
Yes. I think we should make the payment directly to the CDL company. And it should be made clear in an agreement to Frank that we pay the $5,000 whether he passes or not. The second time, if he would not happen not pass, the second time, it's his dime. So, what do I do there, Gary? We want to make a motion to drop the first motion or?
Well, the CBA requires that the township pay the cost of obtaining a CDL license.
No, to correction, it says it requires us to pay the cost of renewal and maintenance of a CDL license, not the cost of acquiring.
And when he was hired, you knew he didn't have a valid CDL, and that was gonna have to be obtained.
Is this kind of the same as PennDOT?
Since the law is,
What's a CDL?
the law is
It's through
on
PennDOT.
No.
the requirements to obtain a
Stepson
CDL.
drives for PennDOT. He works there for 30 years. He drives everything. He don't have a CDL. It's not required.
So I think it's appropriate
For
to
humans.
lay out exactly when
That's a
he
fact.
takes the class. I believe it's right. He does it in his own time. That the township will cover the tuition or whatever the cost of the class is. And if you want to add some additional items, we'll have to run it by Mr. Seaver, and he may talk to the union.
And just, I put this in the board packets, but just for the public's knowledge. So what happened was Mr. Sever was hired without a CDL because he was gonna get his CDL. And prior to February 2022, that was not a huge deal. Like, it was very minimal cost, no problem. He was gonna go get it, fine. He was still on probation, and in after he was out of probation, February 2022, I'm not sure on the probation thing, don't quote me, but in 2022 of February, the law changed. And it requires classroom hours for CDL licensure. So the township wasn't sure how to handle this. Do we make him do it or fire him? Do we pay for it? Do we help him? What do we do? I worked with Michael Crooney, who is the contact with the Union Township, not Union Township. Based off of the conversations that were had in the board meeting that, allowed me to do so. And at that point, the attorney said, this is a new law we're all navigating, but the union attorney is absolutely taking the stance that you must pay for it. Didn't take the stance that they had to do it during his working hours, so we're asking him to do it after hours, which he is agreeable to. But the attorney said you absolutely have to pay for it. Now, our CBA is up with the union at the end of next year. We absolutely have the opportunity to renegotiate and talk about some options with this new law. Absolutely. However, the union's stance right now is that we have to pay for it. If they want to fight it with the union, if the board decides that, that's their prerogative, but talking about lawyer fees, that's probably going to cost more than just paying for him to get it and keeping an employee that overall we're very, very happy with. He's an excellent worker.
He doesn't necessarily require a CDL for the equipment he's currently operating and so forth.
He does, yes.
But we have other
needs-
road.
He needs.
He does because we required him to in our part of the contract.
So in the contract requires a union, all of our road crew to have a CDL. I misspoke because I am not a lawyer and didn't read the contract. The contract absolutely requires them to have CDLs. We absolutely do have some trucks that require CDLs. If
We have some trucks that require CDLs.
Yes,
And
but-
some that don't. Some road crew members do, and he does not.
No, all of our road crew members have CDL.
Yeah, except for him.
Except for him.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, correct.
Except for him.
Yes.
Now, it was, I think, tabled that night that Mr. Sweat or Sweat Law Firm was going to go do some bargaining with the union. But then it happened. It happened even though it was tabled.
So the motion, if I may, Ms. Dupree, the motion to approve him being paid was tabled, but I went back and listened to the minutes when I was doing the minutes, and Solicitor
Because it
Sweat-
wasn't de minimis in nature, I questioned how much it would be for Mr. Sweat's firm to negotiate with the union.
Yeah, so Solicitor Sweat explicitly said, with you tabling this item.
I'm just saying, I could have told you that the union was not, you require it, you're gonna pay for it. I mean, it didn't take an attorney to go ask the union that, because we require it, we're gonna pay for it. So I had an objection to even continuing with that, because now, could it have been negotiated that he wouldn't be required to have one, since he was already a
From my understanding, it's.
I mean, we're looking at, we can't afford serums. And this is a heavy weight. We're looking at telling serums we can't afford them. And we're gonna get Frank a CDL license.
From what our lawyers told me, talking with their lawyers, we don't have a choice.
Then you only have one guy that has a CDL when the other one's on vacation.
You got one guy with one ambulance. It's the same, I mean, so you have one guy with a CDL license when one's on vacation. So then you work around those jobs. But it's $5,000 for him to get a CDL license for us to pay for when we're talking about we can't afford the service agreement with an ambulance service. It's hard to swallow.
Solicitor Sweat, if we did not act, do you believe that the union would come after us because it's a requirement for?
Well, we would have to change the job duty description for this gentleman, that he would be doing activities that require the use of a CDL license. But I know when this job was posted, the requirement was that the applicant had to have or obtain a CDL license.
And he didn't.
And we didn't.
Excuse me, what was that? I'm sorry, Supervisor Dupre, I missed that comment.
And he didn't. We were told that he was acquiring one. And Mr. Askin, who was the liaison to the road crew, kind of made us believe that he was acquiring one.
He was.
didn't acquire one. His time frame lapsed for being on probationary period, but does he really require a CDL for what he's been currently doing and what, so it's only if somebody's on vacation he's required to have a CDL?
PennDOT drivers don't.
Okay.
Madam Chairman, may I have the floor to
Yes,
address this?
please.
Here we go.
He needs a CDL. We're building a road crew. We get guys that have vacations, one guy's off, you gotta have the other one on there. You've got trucks with snow plows that require CDL.
PennDOT doesn't.
Our job description requires it. The law was changed midterm when he was on probation. We're stuck. I don't want to fight the union. I think it's fair all around for us to get him this CDL. If he fails the test, he has to pay it the second time, or we're not. I don't see this. We're building the road crew. I mean, this is. What are we gonna do? Just have them cut grass?
Why are we building a road crew? We had a road crew.
Had a road crew.
You had a road crew.
Yeah, the picture's turning around, sleep up late, too.
Oh, you're talking like Sean McMillan didn't have anything written up in his.
So, Rick, could you elaborate on the, just real briefly, just to refresh me, on the one-ton dump trucks with the trailer?
The one-ton dump truck pulling the landscape trailer around, he has to have a CDL.
PennDOT driver pulling a snowplow doesn't have to have one. PennDOT. State roads.
So,
We're talking PennDOT State Road.
Rick,
We haven't,
Municipalities different?
so please, we're trying to
Sure.
legislate.
Okay.
Okay, there's a motion on the table. Attorney Sweat, do you recommend that the board follow through?
Yes.
Okay, there's a motion. Anybody have any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Ms. Dare?
Yes.
Mr. Lawson?
yes.
Ms. Dupree?
No.
Mr. Trax?
Yes.
Item 10, approve, deny execution of intern Colin Chung's contract. Said contract is $15 per hour for 300 hours between May 31st, 2022 and August 31st, 2022. I'd like to make a motion to approve.
I'll second the motion for Colin Chung's contract.
Their motion, Lawson second. Any discussion? Okay, roll call.
Hold on a second. So, to my knowledge, he started this week already? His contract's on, he was here working?
So he has been working since last Monday. So he's been working or last Tuesday, I'm sorry, Monday was Memorial Day. And you did approve him, but when I brought the contract to Ms. Dare to sign her portion, because you did approve hiring him, she said she wanted to make sure the contract got in front of the whole board.
But he started without a contract.
He started, you approved him to work.
Yeah, but he had no he started working. So is all of his employee paperwork done?
Yeah.
Because I noticed him driving around in the Jeep by
Yeah.
himself.
He's on our insurance.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay. Roll call, please, Bobby.
Mr. Lawson?
Yes.
Ms. Dupree?
No.
Mr. Trax?
Yes.
Ms. Dare?
Yes. Colin, it's really good to have you here.
Thank you.
And I'm so sorry, during my project manager report, I wanted to introduce him, but I had a couple of things on the list. Everyone, I'd like to introduce Colin, our new intern. He is helping with MS4 stuff, and he has wowed me consistently since he's been here. He makes my GIS knowledge look like I'm a closer. He's amazing. So very happy to have him. He's been such a big help.
Colin, you're at CMU, correct?
Yeah.
What year are you?
It's my first year of a master's, so.
Wow. Thank you for being here. Hope you help us improve GIS.
And welcome.
Community.
And I don't want to say there's a little like Pitmasters public policy versus Carnegie Mellon, like we're not going to butt heads, but did better. So.
thanks again for being here. Oh, Item 11, approve deny temporary occupancy permit for Breezy property located at 102 Airport Road, Finleyville 15332. I'd like to make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Dare motion, track second to approve the temporary occupancy permit for Breezy property located at 102 Airport Road, Finleyville, PA 15332. Any discussion?
What is the
Gary?
temper?
Oops, Gary, you've worked on this extensively, and with Sean, and yes. Do you have any comments for the board in this? Okay.
Yeah, it's similar to all the other things with septic tanks, it just, his is a little bit different with the package.
What's wrong with Lawson again? He keeps going.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Ms. Dare?
Yes.
Mr. Lawson?
No, 11.
Number 11.
Breezy, temporary occupancy.
Yes.
Mr. Dupree?
No.
Mr. Trax?
Yes.
Item 12, approve deny holding tank agreement between Union Township and the South Hills Pet Resort. Property is located at 15 Old Route 88.
I make a motion to approve the holding tank agreement for 15 Old Route 88.
I'll second.
Lawson motions, track second, any discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Trax?
Yes.
Ms. Dare?
Yes.
Mr. Lawson?
Yes.
Ms. Dupree?
No.
Item 13, approve deny purchase of additional deduct meter from Cox Piping Supply not to exceed $150. I'd like to make a motion to approve the purchase of an additional deduct meter from Cox Piping Supply.
I'll second the motion for additional deduct meter.
Motion by Dare, seconded by Lawson. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Ms. Dupree?
No.
Mr. Trax?
Yes.
Ms. Dare?
Yes.
Mr. Lawson?
Yes.
So you ladies will have 3 in the office now during pool
Well,
season?
2 here, and then one is the road crew, and I don't like taking theirs unless I absolutely have to.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. Item 14, approve deny executing a letter of support for the City of Monongahela Police Department for the GY 2022 COPS Hiring Program Department Justice Grant. I'd like to make a motion to approve.
I'll second the motion.
Motion by Dare, seconded by Lawson. Is there any deliberation?
Who will be executing the letter?
All 4 of you.
That should be fun.
Okay, any other deliberation? Roll call, please.
Ms. Dupree?
Yes.
Mr. Trax?
Yes.
Ms. Dare?
Yes.
Mr. Lawson?
Yes.
Moving on to item number 15, which was added by the board. So now to try to remember what I added. I might need that again, Gary. Do you have that, April 13th? So it was an approve, deny, motion, Terry's pulling it up.
Well, wait, number 15 is silent, rental of pavilion.
No, she.
That's been resolved?
That's been resolved.
She
She left. But we did add the motion for Ms., to approve, deny, adding Ms. Dupree
Oh my goodness, great.
as a bank account signatory and for the pension fund accounts. I'd like to make a motion to do that.
Second.
Okay, their motions, track seconds, to approve adding Supervisor Dupree to the bank, as signatory to the bank accounts, including the pension funds.
Signatory on any and all bank accounts and or pension funds.
Okay.
Ju-
Okay, any deliberation? Okay, roll call, please.
Ms. Dare?
Yes.
Mr. Lawson?
Yes.
Ms. Dupree?
Stay.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
Okay, item E, discussion items, discuss part-time road crew applicant.
I would like to open up a little information. So, a while back, closing in on my bedtime. The board approved a job search for a part-time road applicant, a part-time road crew person.
So they don't have to vote.
Confirmed that as long as we don't have anybody in the road crew that's laid off, we can hire someone part-time without them being union, and that's perfectly fine and legal. Did this whole shebang, called back people to see if they were still interested. We only got one response of the applicants that said that they were still interested. He is a gentleman that lives in the township, very, very close to the township building. He's extremely interested in just per diem work. He's a retired pipe fitter. He's just recently retired, and he says he's bored, and so he's worked sort of construction-y jobs. And I think that he would be really great for the position. So it's the board's turn here to we need to draw a contract up for him if you would like to hire him or consider hiring him or approving his contract. What would you guys like him to do? Do you want him to be 5-year trained? Do you want him not to be? Do you want to approve between 1 and 10 hours of work, 10 and 20 hours of work, 1 and 30 hours of work? What would you guys like of him so that we can consider a contract and then you can approve or deny that contract? So that's what the discussion is here today.
I think we need to write it down and give it to Terry and let her do it. What we want him to do is to fill in. To ask us here, Terry, to fill in, replace the guys, tag team the grass cutter, so if somebody's on vacation, they'll know where to go for the grass, get his license, ran through the motor vehicle check. He got time where we don't need him. Yeah, get a price on flagging. I'll write up some stuff and give it to you.
I would defer to you, Rick. You've hired men your whole life to do this kind of construction and operating.
Part-time benefits, part-time with no benefits.
Yep.
Yes. I'll give you what I think, and I'll send it also to.
What was in the job description for the job?
I can send it to you again. I'm so sorry if I didn't already. I tried to give you the resumes and stuff, but I might have forgotten to
I mean, the
send
job description that we.
Yeah.
I mean, he's saying flagging and stuff, but was that in the job description?
Yeah, so I sent out, the job description that I sent was basically our labor operator description. I just copied and pasted it, but, took out, part-time, no benefits, etc. Speaking with the gentleman, he stopped in and he sounds extremely willing and happy to do whatever. He's happy to kind of just work per diem. So, yes, like flagging, those sorts of things were in the job description. We just did not specify like how many hours you would like him to work up to. Obviously with union constraints, there's a ceiling, I believe. But, just make sure we're on the
How
same
many hours did
page.
he say he'd work a week?
Did he say he could work?
Yes.
I think he's not looking for full-time employment kind of thing, but he would be really happy to help out during busy months.
Okay.
I will defer to other than myself on this.
I'll write down what I think and I'll turn it in here.
I do think though that this needs, an interview needs to happen.
Absolutely.
I don't want to be involved in it, but I think,
We need to meet.
yes, I need at least 1 or 2 supervisors. So
I
it's not
am in
too-
disagreement at this point with hiring someone, so I won't need to be included in the discussion.
So, I hear Ms. Dupree's disagreement. Welcome.
Mine has nothing to do with not needing the help. I have some concerns with, seeing a bill pay that states that there's at least another $100,000 in the float of one attorney firm. And we can't afford serums. It's very concerning to me. And I have to see, as you know, I just got on the bank accounts today. And until I see why this seems to be a thing, I can't buy a light bulb. I'm concerned.
Absolutely, yeah.
I could answer that. If you'd have stuck around as roadmaster, you'd see how much problems we
Well, if
have
you
out
wouldn't
there and
have
the
told me
men
that-
that we
if you
need
wouldn't have told
out
me you
there
would
to
work with me,
protect
maybe
the
I
roads
would've.
and for safety.
Maybe I would. I'm not saying you don't need help. I'm a little concerned. I'm looking at a note that says, "Hey, I told the board I hold the bills that up till March is at least 60,000, and June's not going to be cheap either." That's 100. I mean, it's looking like we got $100,000 worth of bills that are unpaid just from one of the attorney firms. So I'm concerned. I'm
We're all
concerned. We're
concerned.
telling our ambulance service that, you know.
We're all concerned.
You should.
There were people standing at this
Did
podium
you
this
know
year
that they were on the
asking
bills? Did you know they were on the bills? Or did
why
it-
did
does it say
we
Gary?
why are we involved in these lawsuits?
There is three. I think there's three.
Yes,
Not
so
just the one.
there is, there's definitely several lawsuits, and there are people demanding answers. I have a whole
Mhm.
notebook of those questions, and I can't wait to answer them.
I'm very concerned.
I'm
It
very
doesn't look like
concerned,
there's
too.
anything coming to ended soon. I mean, she told the board that she would hold the December through March bill to assist with the class. She never told me. Never told me. I'm concerned. Where are these bills? Where's these 6 months worth of bills from her? Are they in the building? Are they, because it looks from the top of the other bills that they were mailed to Sweat Law Firm's office in Care of Union Township. So are you guys aware that these bills are out there?
I don't know why supervisors asking other supervisors, you're a supervisor, investigate it, find it. Call Attorney Gallagher, get the answer.
No stone unturned.
No stone unturned, go
No
get your
stone
answer.
unturned. That's what I'm asking, Sweat Law, are there still
I don't have the
bills
bills, Michelle.
Okay, they're not there.
They're not there.
Okay.
So
The bills were the checks that you looked at this week.
Yeah, but it's saying here, the bills that I saw, the checks this week, were for December 1st of 2021. That's 6 months ago. And there's notes on them saying that they're holding back the rest of the bills because of our cash flow problem. That makes it very hard to approve hiring part-time help or anything else.
I don't think it
It's
says because of
consi-
cash flow problems.
It
It
says-
says to assist the cash flow.
Okay, so it's to assist with the cash flow. Okay, I'll give you that. But she expects payment on September and November now. I'm about to send the bills through March, which were approximately another 60,000. May and June are not gonna be cheap with the motion of the hearing, so I really need the prior invoices paid. This is last year's invoices. If my business still owed that kind of money from last year, or any money from last year, you go, my business is in trouble. Now we're paying last year's bills. This is 6 months old. This is from 2021.
Okay, so the item that we were
And
focused
Cloud
on,
Check's bill is old too.
I think that if you could get with one of the supervisors who's interested in interviewing this gentleman.
So I was gonna ask a clarifying question. I understand your case, absolutely. However, it sounds like the majority of the board is looking for me to continue on this project and work on drawing up a contract and setting up an interview. Is that what I gather?
I would like you to do that.
I think more important than anything, before all that's done, I think an interview needs to happen to see
Right.
if this person is qualified and would be able to help in an emergency situation or a part-time need.
Absolutely.
That-
So with the approval of a majority of the board, I will set up a interview date. I'll invite all of you, just so it's out there as well, in case anybody changes their mind, and we'll start there.
Terry, I'd like you to, I'll give you my ideas what he should be doing. You can circulate it to the supervisors. You should have that in front of you when you interview him. This is what we were expecting of you.
Yeah, and I sincerely hope that you'll be able to be there, Mr. Lawson, because I think that you can speak to it well and have more expertise with what the road crew has done historically and stuff like that. Although I do work with them now pretty closely.
All right, next is discuss regarding bank signers and status of the same. So it appears that tonight, everybody is signed up.
Well, Mr. Preedy, she missed some signatures, but also.
Would you be able to hand those over right now?
Yeah, just hold on 1 second, I have a question. on each signature card. The last page is requiring that 2 officers sign, as well as the secretary. I need 2 of you to take all 9 of these and please sign it. It doesn't matter who it is, I need 2 officers to sign these tonight, so I can get them to the bank.
So it
So
could
close.
be, it could be any officer, so it could be, you have treasurer, is that what you mean, like a treasurer,
Yeah,
vice chairman,
yeah.
or? Okay.
That just came up.
Does someone else want to sign, would you, and you?
Okay.
It has to be an officer, is that correct?
Yeah, 2 officers and myself.
I'd like to not sign that.
Okay.
I'd like to not sign it, but I'm gonna sign it to put this to bed.
It's all me, it's all me. Nobody's the one holding it up. I still don't wanna do it. He will, but he doesn't want to.
Okay, what was the next item? Is there anything else you need on these bank accounts?
Nope.
Okay, discussion regarding Key Bank and Washington Financial usage, also regarding Brentwood Bank. So, in the, okay, so in the process of getting these bank accounts straightened up, Bobby alerted us in these meetings, and I heard it loud and clear that not all banks are requiring the Patriot Act signatures. And I think that's strange, and I have concerns with it. Gary, I don't know in the other municipalities that you work in, if that is a red flag. But according to Brentwood Bank, they've never heard a bank not following the Patriot Act.
According to you. Hugh Conley, I mean, not you, but Hugh Conley, according to him, he's never heard of it, but not the bank itself. I've talked to different representatives of the bank.
Can I have some names, please? Because I will call and follow up on that.
Well, I'll get it to you.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said I would get it.
Okay, you have the name now?
I do not. Whenever Rick emails me the information from the bond company, I'll get it to you.
So, the question is what does the board want to do? We have the 95% of the township money is in Brentwood Bank, always has. When the supervisors are signing checks tonight, that's where the money's coming out of Brentwood Bank. That's Washington Financial and Key Bank. Washington Financial was opened in the hopes of getting a credit card, I guess it was last year, for road projects.
It was prior to me starting in
Yes.
February of 20.
So that never happened, but there is money sitting in there that just sits there.
It just sits there, no checks for it, we don't do anything into it, we don't do anything out of it.
What am I putting in there?
Just to do
$500,000?
paper like this.
Yeah.
But when you last reviewed
You have it on your bank.
Yeah, I meant for the audience, not I know myself. We're gonna move 500,000 from that account. Or we consider that. And that was for, what, a credit card, you said, credit card?
I don't know why it was open, that was done before I got here.
Last year.
It was a branch that was opening here, and the board at that, the branch came in and was expressing interest in getting business, and the township opened an account there.
So it
It
wasn't
was
like a
pretty
capital
simple.
fund account, or is this a general account, general fund account? What is it, what kind of account is it?
I believe we're also talking about considering a bond, setting up with the local banks, that we were
That
in
wasn't
the
good.
jackpot, we could get a bond through their
A tax-free loan.
tax-free loan.
Mm-hmm.
We came in here, and that's what we were thinking.
So there's
back
no
then.
activity on the bank account?
No.
So Bobby, you did an extensive email on this, and you made recommendations because of what you've been through with this bank signing stuff, and the amount of times that supervisors come and go, and you're responsible for updating all these bank cards constantly. You're making a recommendation to consolidate.
Yeah, close the account, it's sitting there doing absolutely nothing.
Okay, what about the Key Bank?
To interrupt you, don't we wire transfer from Key Bank?
We're talking Washington
Yes.
Financial.
But I mean, Washington Financial sits there, but Key Bank,
Penn Best Loan comes out of there.
yes, that's just another item I gotta look at on bank statements too. I'd like to see both of these bank.
The PennVest loan is very easy enough to change the ACH directions or instructions. We can pull that from another account. It's very easy to change that.
And this is all to pay for El Ramos sewage.
And so we're emptying these accounts because it's hard to do signature cards and because there's too many bank accounts to look at. That was the reason, if I heard it right.
I wasn't hearing it, Bobby had a detailed.
No,
info
it's
on
just
it.
the bank.
I'm
they're
just
not-
saying, you just said because of Bobby has, you know, to do the
No,
bank cards.
there's just
and there's
nothing
some
happening
banks
with the accounts. We don't write nothing out of it. They're just sitting there.
I just didn't understand why the account was open, what kind of, you know, other than just saying it was for, there had to be a purpose to open the account.
I think we
What
just
put
explained that.
$5.5
That I don't know
in the
because they
bank
were all
account.
done before I got
Her
here.
explained she didn't know.
We took,
Can we put that on the agenda for next meeting to?
I think if
deny
it
to
makes
close them out,
ease, if it makes
transfer?
ease for you, and ease for you as the treasurers,
Either way, it was just it was a suggestion because there's nothing happening with them. They sit there.
Well, you need to find out from Frank Palermo how that's classified. How is he classifying that account?
yeah, we capital.
so maybe you can get, did you talk to Frank about this yet?
Yes.
If I'm not
He was
mistaken,
fine with
Key
it.
Bank it was a preference that Weezer wanted to, and that was set up prior to the board here. They wanted to just use it to deposit it. Everything we take out of there gets an ACH transfer into the general. So when we're looking at statements, I gotta look at what's coming out of Key Bank, then I gotta go over to the bank that it goes into and make sure it went into there. So it would be a, to put it all in the Brentwood, because I really think them following the Patriot Act is better than Key Bank and Washington Financial from the signing.
Gonna punish the bank.
So the key bank, did someone say that we have a PennVest loan that comes out of that?
Mm-hmm.
So it's an automatic withdrawal out of that
Yes.
bank account? So that'll all have to be reset up?
And that's what I just explained, that
Yeah.
I spoke with PennVest. It's very easy to change the ACH instructions to have it come out of another account, out of the sewage account at Brentwood.
Bobby, maybe you can
Check with
get,
Frank first.
yeah, to just send one more
It's probably
email.
good signers to do this with my, I hate switching direct withdrawal.
Well, I'll be, go ahead, I'm sorry, go ahead, Heather.
No, I just maybe said one more email to clear up some of the questions. How was the account classified at Washington Federal? We haven't used it for anything. It's just, you know, the dollar amount that's sitting in there. And, maybe just double check the steps with Frank and give the board a clear understanding on each account and what you're proposing. And then if this were to happen, well, at this point now, we have 13 bank accounts. I believe,
So, yeah.
13 or 14.
Something like that, yeah.
So, and we had 26 starting 4
There's
years.
14 right now.
Yeah, so we have
Plus
slowly,
the police pension fund.
yes. So we were able to close out almost half within a 4-year period. It's taken a long time. Okay, so maybe we can see that on the next agenda,
Okay.
if the board feels good with that.
I'm good with it.
Okay, I need your, where you at? Is that good? Okay. Discuss policy for public comment. So with all of the monthly meetings we've been having, we had requests from residents that they think 10-minute, 12-minute public comments are too long, and they think we should curb them to something that's reasonable. What's the board feel?
So I think some of the
4
board,
minutes.
I think some of the board comments go on too long. I think if we go back and look at tonight's tape and how much talking was done by board members, and particular board members, like a lot of these meetings drag on a long time for consistent reiterating comments from some of the board members. I think it probably shortened this meeting by an hour and a half if that wasn't the case.
What's a good time frame, Gary? Back to 4 minutes?
Most are 4.
Most are 4. What's more should be?
4.
I think it should be 4.
So the policy that was sent over by PSATs, in my opinion, was a little bit wordy, and I thought it was a little overreaching. I would like to see something cut up that just basically says 4 minutes. And to stick with the agenda item, comment in the front, and the, anything you want to speak about at the bottom of the meeting. But I do think a 4-minute is probably needed.
And I've attended some other municipal meetings, because that's what I do in my free time. And they sometimes set timers, which is like, takes the, like a board member or a staff member or anything out from having to speak up, and it's just sort of that reminder for them, like, hey, you gotta wrap it up. And I thought that worked really well, actually.
Sounds a little humiliating.
Sorry?
Like a timer, like a tick, tick, tick while they're talking?
No.
It's a little bit
Like
humiliating.
on your phone
Oh,
or whatever,
okay.
and then it just like at 4 minutes, it just goes like boop boop, and it's like, hey, that was your 4 minutes wrap.
That happened here in meetings when I was a resident, consistently.
Just
There
my
was-
observation, it
Yeah,
worked well.
there was time constraints all the time. So it's not it's not obtuse. And I went back and looked at some of the minutes. There's some residents talking for anywhere between 12 and 15 minutes. And we've always been very generous with time, but I think now hearing from residents who are, they want to get to business and they don't want to sit through an hour of public comment, then I think we need to look at that. Okay, 5, discussion regarding newsletter. I actually added this on. Comments from the public on the newsletter being held up for legal updates. I'm not holding the newsletter up. It was a comment of mine, but what I think the board needs to look at, and we're debating numbers, paying Frank Server CBL, and then a newsletter which costs about $5,000. I think the board needs to look at the electronic option, which is one of the reasons we built the website. Right on the front of the website page offers an email address. It goes into a web hosting page that Terry keeps a number of residents' emails address, and then we could do a newsletter monthly, as much as you can, and wouldn't cost the township anything.
We'll just have to. Dave Eskin's on the last newsletter. The spring, summer, fall newsletter is on, like, referred to it. It just didn't get out in spring, now it's summer, it might make it till fall. Like, so if there's a way to, and I think the amount of money to print it and mail it anyway is foolish to spend it.
So, I don't think this necessarily needs a board motion, because I manage the Facebook and the website and push information out, but I can take the newsletter with some edits and, push it out. It's just sitting there, and, we can push it out digitally, it won't cost anything additionally, and then if the board decides that they want to mail something again in the future, then you bring it to the board table, but I can push out what I have.
Does the board need to look at it again? It probably needs a couple updates.
Yes, so I said it needs a couple updates, and I'll certainly do that, but, I mean, that's up to you. If you want to look at it again, great, but I push stuff out on Facebook and the website all the time. I don't see how a digital distribution of this would be any different. I mean, I will send it to you all for review prior to me doing it, but, I don't know that it needs an approved deny.
That sounds good.
Yeah, I'd always love to look at it, but
Yeah,
I don't know if we need to discuss it in another meeting.
Sure, I'll certainly send, what I have, I'll make the update edits, send what I have, and if anybody has feedback, we can work with it there, but, as we discussed, I don't think that it needs to be back on the agenda for approved deny or any more time, if everybody's okay with that.
And Gary, just so you know, I'm really wanting some legal updates, and I know you're holding, but the residents aren't holding. You see it.
Well, we can put in the newsletter the status. We're not gonna put in arguments or positions, but we can say a hearing is scheduled on a motion for whatever, or briefs are being filed at the Third Circuit on the federal court appeal of Judge Wygan's decision. I mean, we can say those things.
I really think it's needed. I mean, you hear what's being said.
But tell us what you need as the filler for that.
Yeah,
I'm not seeing anything come
And
across
keep in
my
mind, that is having the attorney work on a newsletter. That is, once again, having Sweat Law Firm working on something outside of legal.
You know, with all due respect, Michelle, you probably won't get billed for it. If you read the last page of each of my bills, you can see the number of hours that are not billed, and you can also see the professional courtesy discount that I've given monthly for at least 2 years.
I know that you're getting defensive about your bill. I'm talking about the board's decision to use you outside of legal.
Who else would put the legal?
That's what I said. Do we really need them? That's what I'm saying. Why don't we just end the lawsuits and rather than printing about?
Well,
Particularly if we need our attorneys to
Michelle,
weigh in on the
Once again,
newsletter.
that's misinformation for us to end the lawsuits when other people are suing us, when
Some of the
other
lawsuits
entities
some of the
are
lawsuits are
denying
solved
the
because of
township
suing other people.
their right of representation. You have to defend that.
Some of the lawsuits are Union Township suing other entities.
Needs to happen.
So, you know, it's funny, it's not funny, it's tragic, but, you know, when we talk, it's being talked, that Attorney Sweat's being defensive, and I don't think it's him at all. I think it's the information that needs to come out and be shared with the public. And I know we can't speak into details. That's going to be a few months from now. We're all anxious for it. I know I'm anxious for it. But Attorney Sweat is going to be able to give us something to put out there so that people understand what keeps coming up here. Kathy Gallagher's bills, $40,000. Attorney Sweat, $14,000. It's important. It's important, and it's definitely an interest subject that everybody is losing sleep over and is anxious to get to the finish line.
And this is just an idea, if I may. You know, it's going to take a little time up front to have someone in the solicitor's office look up the status of everything to make sure it's accurate. But if we maintain this on the website as like what we are allowed to say, the status of each of the lawsuits, it just takes an email like this moved here, and then I can update it, and we can keep everybody updated on the status of everything, and that would take. I mean, quite frankly,
the public needs to know. They're wanting to know.
So
we
the
all get
upfront-
called. They need to know something.
The upfront might take a minute, but then, you know, it's like this happens, and then I hit it on the website, and we can.
Okay, 6, discuss deduct meter situation. Did we solve that?
We did that should have been taken off, I apologize.
Fine. The 7, discuss waste management contract extension. Bobby has worked with waste management. There's a contract in your package. Does anybody have any questions? If not, it's going to be on the bill, or excuse me, on the agenda for next meeting. Will you run that through Sweat's office, the contract?
Once they send it to me, yeah.
If I read that correct, so the recycling will still stay at once a month?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any, I did see different extra container prices, but I didn't see extra recycling pickup
I did
prices.
question it, I can always find that out.
Everybody wants to know.
There was a few people in the audience that are wanting to know about getting recycling picked up more than once a month, so I didn't see
can
that
always-
in there.
I can always check and have that included.
Thanks.
So people wanted to know.
Okay, any other thoughts on that? Okay, bill pay list. Number 1, approved tonight payroll dated May 11th in the amount of $13,899.42 for 2 administration, 3 road crew, 1 tax collector, and 2 zoning hearing board members.
I'd like to make a motion to approve payroll dated May 11th for $13,899.42 for 2 administration, 3 road crew, 1 tax, and 2 zoning hearing board members.
I'll second.
Lawson motion, Track second. Any discussion? Okay, roll call.
Mr. Trax?
Yes.
Ms. Dare?
Yes.
Mr. Lawson?
Yes.
Ms. Dupree?
No.
Item number 2, approved tonight payroll dated May 27th, 2022 in the amount of $16,654.32 for 2 administration, 3 road crew, and 1 tax collector.
I'll make a motion to approve the payroll dated May 27th, 2022, $16,654.32 for 2 administration, 3 road crew, and 1 tax collector.
I'll second.
Lawson motion, Track second. Any discussion? Roll call.
Ms. Dare?
Yes.
Mr. Lawson?
Yes.
Ms. Dupree?
No.
Mr. Trax?
Yes.
Item 3, approved denied bill pay list for the Brentwood Bank general account amount of $13,606.39. I'd like to make a motion to approve.
I'll second the motion to approve Brentwood general account for $13,606.39.
Dare motion, Lawson second, any discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Lawson?
Yes.
Ms. Dupree?
No.
Mr. Trax?
Yes.
Ms. Dare?
Yes. Motion, item number 4, approve deny bill pay list for the Brentwood Bank El Remo sewage account in the amount of $6,867.50.
I make a motion to approve the bill pay list for the Brentwood Bank El Remo sewage account, $6,867.50.
I will second that. Lawson motion, Dare second, any deliberation? Roll call, please.
Ms. Dupree?
No.
Mr. Trax?
Yes.
Ms. Dare?
Yes.
Mr. Lawson?
Yes.
Item 5, approve denied bill pay list for the Brentwood Bank escrow account in the amount of $19,500. I'd like to make a motion to approve the bill pay for the Brentwood Bank escrow account for $19,500.
I'll second the motion for the Brentwood Bank escrow account, $19,500.
Dare motion, Lawson second, any deliberation? Roll call, please.
Mr. Trax?
Yes.
Ms. Dare?
Yes.
Mr. Lawson?
Yes.
Ms. Dupree?
No.
Item 6, approve denied bill pay list for the Brentwood Bank general account in the amount of $151,142.55.
Make a motion to approve the bill pay list for Brentwood Bank general account of $151,142.55.
Second.
Lawson motion, Trax second. Any deliberation?
I would like to point out that the $101,000 check from the contractor has apparently been delayed. Some notation that we are using excuses that are PA Act 65, whatever it is, Contractor Protection Act, and that he has been consistently asking for his bill to be paid, so I would like to point that out in case any of the supervisors have not seen that.
Mr. Lawson, how dare you go down? Don't do it again.
It's from November.
Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Trax?
Yes.
Ms. Dare?
Yes.
Mr. Lawson?
Yes.
Ms. Dupree?
No.
Item 7, approve denied bill pay list for the Brentwood Bank El Remo sewage account in the amount of $123.70. I'd like to make a motion to approve.
I'll second the motion for the El Remo sewage account for $123.70.
Dare motion, Lawson second. Any deliberation? Roll call, please.
Ms. Dupree?
No.
Mr. Lawson?
Yes.
Ms. Dare?
Yes.
Mr. Trax?
Yes.
Okay, under correspondence, I know it came in late, but we received a application from Mr. Charles Wilson, I believe, for supervisor. That came in, it was state stamped today, it is in everybody's packets. Item number 1, donation from EQT for Parks and Rec Yoga.
So you're the reason we're leaving it out there.
And, sorry, what was that?
It was a joke. It said, are you awake?
I'm always awake.
Good observation.
You're the reason we're leaving that sheet vacant. That's what I said.
Item 2, so donation from EQT for Parks and Rec Yoga, it's $300, I think, yeah. 2, correspondence from PADEP regarding individual permit, application for Garvin Road widening and resurfacing, withdrawal of application.
Good.
That correspondence is in. John, did you want to say anything?
Yeah, Bobby, if you could send that to me if that came to you, I'd appreciate it. I'll reach out to EQT, see what's going on. Yeah, as far as I know, EQT was working on getting a permit for that road so they could do the road widening, which they need to do in order to build the well pad, so.
Okay, so maybe look into that. Okay, and maybe Gary needs a copy of that as well? he's writing some stuff down. So item 3, received an email from Washington County regarding Court of Common Pleas of Washington County is required to evaluate and submit a plan to the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania and Administrative Office of Pennsylvania Courts to reestablish, realign, or eliminate the individual magisterial districts of the county. Comments on this proposal must be received no later than the close of business on June 21st. So I don't know if that's something they want to comment from the board?
They just put a notice in the paper, and there's a website if you want to make any comments about them shutting down some of the magistrate offices.
Okay.
And combining other ones, you can make your comment.
Should we post that on the Facebook page, Gary, for the public to make comments? They might. Okay. Okay, and lastly, public comment. H.
I have one there. George Paul, Philadelphia River Road, Union Township. Number one, our ambulance service we have now, I have no problem with it. I think I've been to 99% of these meetings. I have not heard anybody say yet that we're getting rid of them. We're just exploring our options. I really think we need to fast track this ambulance situation and get it over with. But one thing, it has to do with the township, but it doesn't. Everybody that was in this meeting tonight, including myself, because I don't go either and I should, we all need to be in school board meetings to get safety in these schools. With all the problems going on. Ms. Canary,
I am
you
a
were the
teacher.
Where do
Yes.
you teach at?
I teach over at Still Valley.
Is there locks on the...
There are locks. We go through monthly lockdown drills. We are trained in Alice. I was informed that the kids, meaning elementary, K1, 2, 3, 4, will be trained in Alice next year.
But there's locks on the classroom doors? I don't know if Ringgold has them or not. Like I said, I don't go to the meetings. I should.
I'm gonna bet
Yes.
my
My husband belongs to the gun club and they actually bought
Locks
secure
for the
locks
doors?
for the doors, yes.
This is a serious situation we need to look at. I mean, it's, as a township, maybe we need to get hold of our school board and try to get something going here. As far as the ambulance goes, we need to get done. Let's put this to rest. Let's forget it. But I've never heard anybody saying we're getting rid of them. We're just exploring our options. So, thank you.
Thank you, George. I agree.
Okay, any other public comment?
You won't have to worry about me dragging on. I don't take that long. First off, as far as the ambulance goes, 5 years ago I had a heart attack. I was sitting in the house. Within 5 minutes I had an ambulance there. Within 12 minutes after that, I was in the hospital. I was taken care of, and by the time my wife got there from work, I was already in the recovery room. You cannot ask for better service than what we are getting from the ambulance service that we have right now. Even discussing an idea of putting in another service, it's fine. You can look at it. You only have to take one look to see what the other opposition was giving, and they're not even comparable. Why even waste your time talking to them a second time? That's all I even have to say on that subject. They saved my life, and I'll fight if I have to make sure they stay in here and get the job done. 2, I go to other meetings in other townships. I go to the West Elizabeth because I am supposed to be the representative for Union Township of the Elizabeth Board. I am in Munhall because we have property there with my nephew. I am in other communities. The one comment I have gotten from everyone that knows that I am in Union Township is, what the hell is wrong with this board? It's like a clown car the way it's going on, operating. It's a joke. We need to get this taken care of. We've got hundreds of thousands of dollars going out in legal bills. We got hundreds of thousands of dollars going out in engineering costs. You started out the year with what, over $3 million? How much do you think you're going to have left by the time we get to November? And you know you don't get your tax money until starting about March. So we're going to be scraping the bottom of the barrel by this time, by March of next year. So somebody better start looking ahead. That's the only thing I'll say about that. And last, you know, I've sat on the board. There are a number of people here who have sat on the board. And never once have we had an issue with legal issues that you're having right now. There's only one commonality of cost. lots of legal bills, lots of lawsuits, and it's all happening right now with this board.
Sir, before you sit down, can you state your address for the record?
Sure. 316 Stone Church Road, Findlayville, PA 15332.
Thank you so
And
much.
if you could get me that information, I am sure West Elizabeth would appreciate it.
And if you stay for 1 second, I'll grab you one card.
Hey, any other public comments?
You're gonna,
So if you need to reach out.
you're gonna take it.
It's in my office, so.
Harry Star, 181 McChain Road, Findlayville, Pennsylvania. And my comments are going to address what Mrs. Dupree or Mrs. Cox said earlier and what the board was discussing about the bills that were brought before the board this evening for payment from last year. And it's quite a sizable sum of money. And I've alluded to this off and on when Mr. Palermo was here about cash method, accrual method of accounting. And the last time he and I sorely spoke, he sort of was leaning towards a accrual method of accounting, which I lean towards myself. Is Mr. Palermo, as the township's accountant, made aware when these types of bills are outstanding, due and owed, due and payable, so we get a more accurate financial statement of one type or another? Or do we get financial statements at all? I have never seen financial statements stacked on this table like the so-called bill pays and the agenda, so that the public could be made aware by being given accurate statements of the township's financial position. I know that Mr. Lawson several times seemed very frustrated about the budget and the flow of money. Here we have Mr. Sweat, in a posted note, I guess, informing the board that these payments have to be made, and informing Ms. Gallagher, or at least her opinion, and giving her information that there's a cash flow problem. Now why can't this township produce accurate numbers so that the people know exactly where they stand? Is it that difficult? In my experience, we never had a problem like this. Never. We had the financial information put on the table for the consumption of the residents if they chose to take advantage of it. We watched our budget flows. Again, based on what I heard again this evening, it's only underscoring, at least for me, that the township really doesn't know what our total balances are, given the fact that you have some significant unpaid invoices. And again, as Michelle said, and I'm sure Charlie would be in the same position with their business, if they're that far behind proportionately in bills not paid from the prior year, that indicates some serious trouble for their business. And the same thing should occur down here. Yeah, I, Mr. Parrish, Mrs. Bourne, and of all members of the past board. But I'll tell you what, that past board never had problems like this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any more public comments?
Kevin Dare, 6187 Route 88, Finleyville, PA. I'd like to comment on the public comment and restricting it down to 4 minutes. I think that's a reasonable time. Tonight we have Ms. Evans-Warren, 24 minutes. We have Ms. Kanabe, 13 minutes. I think that a 4-minute limit on the public comment can get their points across, and we can move on with the meeting. At a prior meeting years ago, when Ms. Evans was the chairman of the board, I was giving a public comment. And in the middle of my public comment, I was cut off by Ms. Evans and said that my 4 minutes was up. I showed her respect, I sat down and said one more word. Contrary to what happens here with Ms. Evans, she shows no respect and disrupts this meeting, and she goes over 4 minutes. And I know it wasn't a policy yet, but I think the 4 minute is a reasonable time. The next item I'd like to talk about is the serums and how long we've been talking about that. And Mr. Dupree, you mentioned how long was it? You had a date on there? 7/8
first
of
meeting that I went to.
2020?
That was the first meeting that I went to. It's here.
Which one was that?
July 8th.
July 8th of 2020. It's very, and we talked about that in the meeting, the serum.
No, that was Tanner making the presentation.
Okay, so you were at that meeting.
The doors were locked.
I wasn't allowed to come in.
We were
I
locked
watched
up.
it on a video.
Okay, I misunderstood. I thought you said you were at that meeting.
I came to attend.
We couldn't get in.
Okay. I was gonna say that was the meeting that it was filled in here with people.
Yeah, they took them out on a rotating, it wasn't filled, we filled with
Six.
people
It was
because
filled-
there
it was
was
filled.
only 6 or 7 chairs in here.
And they were all filled?
Family.
It was still a family.
I had no idea, I was outside.
Yeah, they were all filled.
I was outside, so.
Yeah.
It was still the family.
Yes.
Okay, any other public comments?
EQT and Tanner were in here.
I just have one quick question for Mr. Sweat, if you could tell me. Mr. Sweat, there was a comment made that, what's that?
Can you speak up so we can catch it on tape?
Sure, I can speak up as well as I wish to. Mr. Sweat, I just had one question. I was told that there has not been any minutes that have been approved since February. Is that true?
That's a question for me as a chairman or any of the other board
I'm
members.
just professional, I can answer
Yeah.
that one. So, we approved minutes in February and have not since then, that's true. There have been some minutes on the agenda, but they got tabled because the board, I think, decided they didn't want to have a gap. And I want everybody to know that to keep everything clean, the office has been working hard to get us all caught up. Very, very soon, like tomorrow, we're gonna send out all of the minutes that we have, so the board has ample time to take a look at them thoroughly, make adjustments, ask questions if need be. And so, you can expect to see a bulk meeting approval on the June 22nd meeting.
So then, actually, since I was told whenever I went to a state meeting when I was a township supervisor, that until the minutes are approved and placed into the minute book, nothing actually happened. So basically what you're telling me is nothing that has happened since February has ever really legally happened.
It happened when I was a new supervisor. There was like a year and a half of minutes not in the minutes.
Doesn't change
It
the one
happens.
thing.
Year
They haven't
2020 was a
happened.
disaster with the meeting.
It was.
A disaster with the meeting
It was a
book.
tough year.
Yeah.
We voted every month.
Yeah, now, I was the one that objected to skipping around. We're now incurring problems where Dave Eskin is not even here anymore. There was meetings that different members have missed that Dave was at that might be an issue at this point. I want to get them done. I've been pressing, I've even offered my help to get them done. But I'm getting concerned that the length of time he's taking.
Yeah, they're finished and and I did send an email to the board, but so the public knows they're done. They're going to be sent out to the board later this week, so everybody has ample time to look at them, and we're working really hard on getting caught up and staying caught up. That's a priority of ours.
So if the supervisors have any comments, is there any other board comments, or excuse me, public comments?
Yeah. Public comment. Excuse me? Linda Evans Boren, 22 Park Tree Drive. I apologize if anybody took offense to my passionate concern about the lives of the people in my community. But yes, I am passionate about the lives and the people, for the people in my community. My comment is going to be maybe a little homework for the board. The comment was made earlier about the serums costs going up 3,000%. Could someone get back to me on what is the percent that our solicitor bill has gone up in the last 3 years versus say 2017, 2016? I think I have some of the audits from then. I think I can supply that for you if you want. And I'd like to see what the percentage our engineering costs has gone up since say 2016 and 17. I'm sure we're going to be astounded by that. And then as to the cost for attorneys, do we not have an insurance company that provides you legal coverage?
Please proceed with your comment.
It's just a question, Mr. Sweat. Do we
We're
have?
getting into gray area. We're getting into gray
You do?
area with the legal.
You have, well, I thought as a liability insurance company, they provide you with an attorney. Is that correct?
That's on the case.
Okay, so I don't understand, that's covered under the premium that we pay. The insurance company or the attorney firm that's representing you, should you get in a lawsuit, is covered by the premium that the taxpayers pay. So I'm not quite understanding all of these other legal fees. If our insurance, we still have liability insurance coverage, correct?
Not on every case. I've said it 3 times. They're not covering us on the Peters Creek Sanitary Authority issues.
And that would be...
That's not insurance defense.
Okay. And that would be because you filed the suit against someone else? Yeah.
Just read the pleadings.
That's what it would probably be, I'm guessing.
Read the pleadings.
So I just got educated that, and it didn't dawn on me, but it was just a light bulb moment, what you just said, is that a lot of the costs we're incurring is litigation that you are filing against someone else. I'm not quite understanding why we're doing that. It's civil rights. It's unbelievable to people. It's unbelievable the costs that we are incurring and the money that is being wasted. And I'm really sorry that Mr. Sweat doesn't think that this is important. But thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comments? I have a couple statements. I know you guys have to leave, but a couple of interesting things. Mr. Sparr's comment on why aren't we getting financial reporting. We have a professional CPA, highly esteemed in Washington County, that sits at that table every quarter. No, we do not do monthly statements, but we're not required to by law. We do it quarterly. We have a CPA. Any financial information is here at anybody's disposal at any time. All you have to do is call, write to know. You will get everything immediately. Secondly, there is a motion, and I'm going to dig this out because I actually have it saved. And there's a motion from several years back that is a motion that actually states something to the effect of paying a bill, and it was either an engineer or an attorney bill, spanning a period of several years, and it was a large dollar amount. I'm going to pull that motion out, and I will have it here at the next meeting. Fantastic. So we'll have that.
Fantastic. What year was that? Because I bet I got it too.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to. So I guess things like that do happen.
When was it? So I can look.
Excuse me. Just because the attorney is gone doesn't mean that I can't have my public comment or my comment.
You
But
have
I
me
shouldn't
on
be
all night.
harassed. Please respect
You just
that.
said it was fantastic. We have had most of the comment this evening, so I'm sure that.
Thank you very much.
I would like to have a supervisor comment. Veterans Park is being seeded. We have not done anything about providing water down there to water the grass, to promote growth, to be able to play on this next year. I had Cox Pipe give me a quote on the materials that I think is needed. I went over it with Terry, I went over it with Sean, I met the water company up there. You guys need to think about being serious on this or throw it away. We also need to think about getting the trees cut that are gonna fall on the backstop and new fence. That's it for the park. The salt is going up a big hike next year. I believe if we order salt before July 29th,
July 29th, yes.
we can get it at this year's price. Do we need a board action on that, or is it just road department?
No, that's board action.
Okay. Also, I'd like to bring to the board's attention, we have 100, Terry put a memo out about the inlets that we have in the township. We have 139 inlets that are falling apart. We have 32 of them very bad. Some of them need just the tops cleaned. We're talking about and we're arguing about hiring a part-time help. We need help to maintain what we have. I'd really like to see us do something with water, providing water hydrants down there to promote the growth and to keep it. And I'll talk to the road crew about what they think, how much salt we need, and I'll get it put on the agenda. That's all I have.
I'm sorry, super quick. What Mr. Lawson said about inlet, Colin took a lot of my data. Colin took a lot of my data from last year, but he did a lot of his own data, and that was all Colin that I forwarded to you. So I just wanted to give him credit.
Thank you. Okay, any other business for the board? Any other comments? Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Trax?
Yes.
Ms. Dare?
Yes.
Mr. Lawson?
Yes.
Ms. Dupree?
Yes.
You need to sign.
Did you want to
I said no.
I just have to.
Yeah, I'll swing by.